There we go.
Hey.
I guess I should hit the intro button too.
Yes, welcome everyone. Hit it.
And I'm following you right away because this was so much fun. You guys are awesome.
And begin.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
What are we up to tonight? What kind of shenanigans are we going to get ourselves into?
Well, the game that we will probably play is a new game that came out of it just hit the Xbox Game Pass. It's been out for years. It's actually one of the best Japanese RPGs that ever came out because the storyline is actually pretty cool. I mean, of course, it deals with kids in high school, but it is called. Oh, so I didn't notice. What is this? This looks interesting. But the game that we're going to play is called Persona 5. And Persona, well, basically the game is the persona itself is a reference to the mask.
Oh.
So in a sense, if you think about a person's persona, it's based off of their, I guess, likes, dislikes. What is it there? Oh no, what just dropped out? I don't know why that is giving me nothing there. Interesting. That was weird. Windows 11 is strange. But yeah, it's based off of their, their attributes. Their, if they're their characteristics as a human, being honest, being, deceitful, being witty, being smart, intelligent, just their characteristics as an individual. But they basically base their mask or their persona off of that. And that's what the game is about. Well, persona is referencing.
Like they're rising. I'm a Taurus with the Leo rising. That's my persona.
But the cool part about this game is that, I mean, you are a high school kid.
Whoa. We just saw that, folks. Sorry.
Yeah, this is one of the top Japanese RPG or role-playing games.
Yeah, yeah. In more than one way.
But yeah, it's actually it's an interesting story. And it's actually a really good game. Really good game.
Interesting. My little fan is still going. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but my laptop is ready for takeoff. So sorry about that in advance.
What's your fan going for?
I don't know. To my laptop, it's just like.
Oh, gotcha. Is it on your table? Is there ventilation?
No.
PC tech questions.
No, I don't have ventilation.
Oh, that's probably why I was overheating.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying here, folks. Oh, that didn't work.
Remember we had talked about that streamer who was berated by her husband, and now they separated.
Yeah, separated. Any more updates?
So she's still trying to do her thing and live her life, which is good. However, there was there's there are goods and bads with trying to get your 5 seconds of fame. And yes, there's another individual out there. What was her name? Mira something. I had tried to save it, but since Halloween is around the corner and people, especially streamers, are showing off different costumes and doing cosplay stuff, well, someone decided that it would be funny to cosplay as the young lady who was abused by her husband on the stream. She sent out a tweet in her in the outfit in front of the computer, just as the young lady was before when she, was, abused and everything. Abused. But yeah, a streamer decided that she was going to dress just like her and make a joke about it. Make a joke about, something about being a simp or something like that. It was just something really, really ignorant. But yeah, that's what just recently happened. I was trying to pull up this article on it.
It's
it
really sad. What's this person's name who did the quote unquote costume?
Let me see if I think I found it right now. Whoops, not that one. I didn't want to do that one.
That's a lot of us. Oh.
Hey, look there. Got to upgrade to AdBlock Plus. That's a good thing. Here is the story. Let me put it right there. Yep, right here. Instagram models. This. What's her name? I'm trying to find her name. Twitch streamer. No. But somebody had put up the. I thought it was on this article where they put it up there.
Yeah, like I don't want to, I guess, give this person time or reason to be like, ooh, but I don't know. That's just unfortunate.
Oh, there she is right there. That's the cosplay is right beside her.
Yeah.
But yeah, she decided.
I guess I'm just curious to see what the tweet is. What the tweet says. I'll look at it.
Oh, it said, if I stop streaming for the simps, he teaches me a lesson. It's right there. That's what she says. And that was what her tweet had said.
Say it again.
If I stop streaming for the simps, he teaches me a lesson. So
okay.
she's
I
referencing.
Could see how this person could possibly think that she was poking fun of the husband and empowering the person going through this situation. Like I could see how someone could be twisting that around. But this person obviously thinks that it's cute to cosplay this.
Yep.
They're people like to think that it's all controversial and cool to cosplay or dress up as controversial people, but it perpetuates tropes that are extremely dangerous. The Dahmer documentary, people are probably dressing up like that left and right, and that's beyond problematic. Last year I saw someone dressed up as Trump. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's a balance to everything, but we've gone past that.
this is why we don't deserve nice things.
Yeah, we don't got like nice things anymore.
When I was a kid, I wanted to dress up like the Karate Kid, partly because I thought I was like a boy, but also because, you know, I just wanted to be seen like a badass and maybe no one would mess with me, but that didn't work. But that's very unfortunate that happened, because there's no, I don't know.
Well, that's the follow-up from the story, but the thing is, that's what happens. You have some that do crazy, insulting things like that. And then, of course, you have, those individuals who come to her aid and supported her through the time. So,
because not only is it seen as, oh, that person cosplaying is wanting attention, but also it goes back to the original person is wanting attention. Now, now you got what you wanted because now you're viral. Like, no, that's not what she intended. Like there are some wounded men and women out there who think that way. And that's pretty sick and twisted.
See, look at it. It's cool. It's very stylized.
Yeah.
And it is, and of course, they definitely have the anime style, which is phenomenal, and they do a great job with it. And anime feel, which is great.
Yeah, it's pretty artsy. I might have to let my computer rest for a second too. I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't have the fancy stuff like everyone else, okay? That didn't work. Okay, I hate to do this to you. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Love you all. Bye.
All right, time to play a little Persona. This is a fun game. I got to do a new game. I used to have this game on the on the PlayStation. Yeah, on the PS4. When I was doing GameFly, which I've got excuse me. Which I've got to bring back up anyway. But yeah, it's a fun game. It's a very fun game, especially if you like RPGs. It's sad that we got to put that stuff up there so people don't take too offense to it, but need to. Only those who have agreed to take the above have the privilege of partaking in this game. Yes, I agree. All right, let's get to getting. The contract has been sealed. Yeah. There we go. Such a fun game. I do enjoy this game. I do highly recommend this game for teens and above that love RPGs. Below, I mean, that's up to the parent and child. But it's such a great, great RPG. Ooh, excuse me. Here we go. Here we go. Jumping in that water. Jumping in the water. Yeah. It's actually got an interesting story, especially the intro. Here comes Joker, of course. There he goes, flying to the top. There goes Joker. Smash Brothers. All right, we got to concentrate on getting away. Come on, get up there. Look at my hops. Get him, Joker. Took the demon's face off. See, this is what I like. Turn-based RPGs. They're fun. We are going to use an attack. Nice. Do another attack. Oh, I thought that was going to take him out. 104? What? I know I defeated him with ease. I'm good like that.
Who are you talking to?
Talking about this game. See? Now I got to get out of this place. I'm in a casino.
Oh.
But I got to take these guys down to get out of the casino. See, I got to go through the door.
Huh.
Run.
Interesting.
So the computer working better now?
Do you hear any jets going off? No, it's good now.
All right.
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're welcome.
So there's this oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, you're fine. I was just going to say, you know how the other games, I showed you some of the other games where you had to, based on your decision, different things happened. So in this game, that happens as well.
I know that I send you a bunch of random reels, but did you get the one where the guy, Kevin, was playing the piano to a cat?
Yeah, I did.
Well, how your voice goes up and like it's just a sweet, nurturing voice. Hold on. Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze. Or like how you laugh too, it's the same as his. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I can totally visualize you behind the keyboard and be like, yeah, you, go get it, or whatever. Like, oh, you got it. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, I just thought of that because I had to, like, I don't know. As I was trying to get back on my computer, like that came up. And then I was like, oh,
oh, Jahan says, hey.
Hey, Jahan.
I know he was busy. I should have sent him the link. Let's see. I'm going to send him that link.
Don't worry, Jahan. He doesn't send me the links either. I have to.
I mean, it's one of those things. I get busy running around. Sending it to that man.
Marc are both busy.
Because he's big time. Jahan's traveling again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to give you updates later.
Updates? Oh, yeah.
And did you get the message, Josh? Josh will be there next week. We'll be here next week.
Oh, okay. I didn't get it. I didn't get a chance to check it. But he'll be here next week?
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know if he's like joking or not, but he's like, we're watching a movie. So depending on how scared I get, I might even have time. Who knows? I'm afraid of ghosts too. And they're afraid of me. So
they're afraid of you. Oh, look at that. They go Jahan right there.
What's going on?
Hey there.
How are you? I'm good. I'm at a conference actually in Oklahoma City.
How's it going out there?
It's going good. We were just finishing up today. We did our reverse marketplace today, so we just pretty much the tourism boards and companies come to us and talk with us about our business and stuff. So it's really good.
It's good.
Yeah.
How long is that one? Is that one just
from Monday? It's going to be from Monday to Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So I was here Monday. We did Defender North on the weekend. I kind of like had to wait till finish getting things broken down, and then I left 6 a.m. in the morning, fly out to Oklahoma City on Monday.
So he froze. There you go. You're back.
Oh, well, the reception is really bad where I'm at. It's weird. Because I wasn't doing it before, so I apologize. But I was saying that I was just finished an event this past weekend and had to wait till everything was done. And I flew out in the morning at 6 a.m. in the morning. So that was yesterday. So I was a little tired, but now I'm a little refreshed. And then there's like a mixer going on, like a dinner going on in a couple minutes. So I figure I'd pop on, see how you guys doing, saying hello.
Hello.
They give me this little nifty badge. I don't know if y'all can see it.
Look at there, big time.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, that's dope. I'm trying to get you out here, Jatovi, man. You need to come to these conferences, man. I'm telling you.
Man, I am trying, but the problem. So, on my end, I mean, I'm like tied up in a whole bunch of other stuff. Because hopefully, if what's going on pans out, I'll be able to do those conferences easy, and the conferences can happen actually in Durham. Because there's some big stuff happening right now, and it's a slow roll. Because I've got a meeting with the North Carolina Department of Commerce on Friday.
Okay.
So
Yeah, there's some tourism boys here in North Carolina. They're here. I've been
Yep.
chatting with them, and I always run into them always. So, I actually got a meeting with Amy from Fayetteville. Oh,
Oh, you
we're just
froze
waiting
out
for the
again.
speaker. I froze out again. Oh Lord Jesus, can you hear me now? It's no good,
Yeah, I can
man.
hear you now.
Mm, yeah. Well, anyways, I was just dropping on to say hello. I think Kira got booted out, or she left, I guess.
Her internet and her computer been going up and down.
Okay.
So she ended up running out of that, or I guess running with that again.
hmm I don't know if you
But
can
yeah,
see. Hold on.
when are you making it back down to North Carolina?
When you invite me to North Carolina,
All right, because
you know,
again, that might
look,
be soon.
I don't know if you can see. That's the new Paycom Center for OKC. Can you see
That's
it?
nice. That's real nice.
Yeah, that's OKC downtown.
Okay,
It's really nice over here.
I mean, it looks it. It really looks it.
Yeah, I went to the movie theaters by myself yesterday. I walked over there. They have a big theater called Harkins Theater.
Hmm.
I was expecting to spend like $15 because I'm from New York City, so the inflation price is crazy. So, but it's $7 over here. I went to see Black Adam last night.
How was that?
Black Adam was good. I was I was I mean, sometimes it is just like one of those movies that they just take those characters and they run with it. It's kind of like funny enough, it feels like a Blade situation. That's how I
Okay.
feel, right? It's like Wesley Snipes took Blade. Marvel obviously didn't care at the time. And Wesley Snipes took a character that he can, resonate with, whatever, and, took that and just made it his own. And I think that's the same thing that The Rock did with Black Adam, right? I mean, there's no really um character that to my knowledge, honestly, that sticks out that is favorable in a sense in the DC universe. That's black, I guess. I mean, you have I'm sorry, I'm not a DC fan. You have the Green Lantern one. You have what? Oh, was it Black Lightning? But not a favorite really. So yeah, it's like what characters can The Rock do to kind of like make it his own? And I just felt like that's what he did with Black Adam. Like you took it and made it his own, like Blade. And that's how when I watched it, that's how I felt like that's what it was done. He took it on his own, but funny enough, it's still connected with the actual DC universe. Like what was it, Jake Snyder? Again, I'm not. I don't know.
Oh, Zack Snyder.
Zack Snyder, yeah. So it's still connected within the Zack Snyder universe because they were like in the middle, not towards the middle. I'll say in the beginning of the first 30 minutes of the movie, kind of like made it known that it was part of the Snyder universe, whatever. And then at the end of the movie, it felt like okay, cool. Like the end credits, I was like, okay, it seems like they're gonna try to do like a whole remake of it, of everything. Like they're gonna redo everything. So that's what it
So,
that's the vibe that I got.
so the Snyderverse is pretty much dead. I hope it dies and just completely goes away because it's been run out so long.
Yeah,
But
and
because
I
of
think
the
that's what they're technically doing. I think they're hopefully rebooting everything, but we'll see how far it goes. But I'm
so
hoping that we kind of bypass everything and just go into the Injustice era. Like I'd
yeah.
rather that because I think the Injustice era is more appealing. It's more super dark. So I'd rather them go that route and then, forget all the old school lore and everything else. Like forget all that. Let's go into the new stuff. Let's just do that.
So, I mean, of course, you've got to do the old school lore or a lot of the old school stuff. I mean, you've
Uh,
got to,
uh, it's
the
hard to do it now
Superman,
because
Batman,
with
stuff
the
like that.
so many iterations of like Superman and Batman, it just gets boring after a while. Like, I mean,
Well,
come on.
the problem that DC has that Marvel does not right now, Marvel decided on a plan, on a full, like, long plan.
Mhm.
So you won't have the multiple Iron Men. You won't have the multiple this. You can kind of bring them in now because you've got the multiverse, but you're just everything is connected.
Yeah.
DC went with, hey, we're just gonna do all these movies we want to. We're gonna do this Batman and that Batman and this Joker and none of it connected. But now it looks like with the hiring of James Gunn and the other gentleman that they just hired, they are taking over as CEOs of the whole thing. So they're going to try and be the next Kevin Feige for the DC universe.
Okay.
Which is good. And I hope they build off of the last Suicide Squad and Peacemaker because those were classics.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they bring in each other character, be it Superman, be it, I mean, are they going to, they've got a Shazam movie supposedly coming, but I don't want them to do the Shazam movie the way that it looks.
Yeah, I'm not too fond of the New Gods. That's just too old. So that's just really old school. Like New Gods is old school, and
it's just they've got to create a plan around how they're going to tell a story. They just haven't connected anything, and nothing makes sense. It's like you're doing random. I don't need random videos. I need everything to be lined up to where it's making some type of connection. Like, what's the connection that they're going to have with Peacemaker, who brought in the other characters from talking about Aquaman and Flash, which was friggin' hilarious, and talking about all the Justice League. They can have him as a central piece to branch off. They can have all the other characters they had in Suicide Squad. Harley Quinn could be really a centralized character that they could build off of, which would be great.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't do the Joker with Jared Leto because he sucks. But yeah, it's just a matter of they've got to connect things and make some overarching story. They've got some great characters in the whole comics that they could utilize, but they don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously the next movie is Shazam. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. I didn't even get the chance to see the new Batman, and I honestly am not even really intrigued to go see the new Batman. So I'm just like, whatever at this point.
There's another one.
Yeah, there's one.
They just keep doing them like the others don't count or matter.
Yeah,
well, that's what we're talking about. They just throw up a whole bunch of stuff, and hey, we got all these movies. They're supposed to do a Penguin movie. Is that going to connect to anything? We don't know. And that's why I think Marvel did it best when they connected everything.
Yeah.
Everything comes out. Marvel right now connects to the main storyline. She-Hulk even connects to the main storyline.
Yeah.
Miss Marvel connects to the main storyline. Yeah. Moon Knight does. All of them do. But it's just that DC just, hey, we're just doing whatever.
Did you see a Werewolf by Night?
I love that show.
That was a good movie. Well, I mean, short movie.
Well, yeah. But yeah, I love that little movie. It was good. But it set up part of the storyline. Yeah. Because now you got the Midnight Suns that can enter into the MCU.
Yeah. And then I can't wait for Agatha because I've been waiting for I've been waiting for Mephisto. And they got James Dean? He's Mephisto. I was like, I can't believe this.
No, they don't have James Dean from Mephisto.
That's what it's shown. They had a list of the cast that said James, the guy who played Negan.
He's gonna play Mephisto?
Yes, he's playing Mephisto.
He's gonna play Mephisto and Agatha because remember they're already saying that it's Sacha Baron Cohen who's supposed to be Mephisto.
Oh, well, I don't know. For some magical reason, they had I don't know, somebody posted it and it was it looked professional to me. I don't know, but I mean, they pretty much had the cast and who they were playing,
I wonder.
I mean, you might have to if you probably, I guess if you look up IMDb, they probably have it on there. But I mean, either or. I mean, I rather James be, honestly. I actually would rather James to be Ghost Rider. Honestly, I would love for
Um,
him to be Ghost Rider.
yeah, he'd be cool.
It
But
would
the
be cool as
thing, but
Ghost
I
Rider.
want, I don't know, looking at the way thinking about Sacha Baron Cohen and him playing Mephisto could be cool.
Yeah, yeah. I think it would be probably better because I think Mephisto is tall too. He's really tall. I think he's like six. I have to look on the IMDb, on the Wikipedia of
Yeah, I'm gonna have
Marvel.
to look it up now.
Yeah, because I know he's tall, and I can't wait for Black Card. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're gonna announce Black Card after. I guarantee it's gonna be like end credits. Black Card. I can't wait for that. I know they're gonna do it. I've been waiting for Black Card. I hated the Nicolas Cage Black Card. Like that made me like throw up. I was so pissed. Oh man, I was so pissed back then.
You heard that? Well, getting back to Mephisto, it was Mephisto supposed to be in Ironheart.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I don't know about that lore. Mm. Well, yeah. Let me get going. I'm sorry. I forgot. I got this this
Oh yeah,
dinner. I
yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
miss out on some
You over there
networking.
busy. You gonna get out of there.
Yeah, man. I see you. I wanted to come by and say what's up.
It's always good to see you, man. Like I said, get you down here, back over here in Durham.
You let me know, man. I'm actually gonna be down. I'm going to DreamHack.
Okay.
I
Oh,
just
you
got
going to
hired for
Atlanta?
DreamHack, so we're definitely gonna be out in Atlanta.
All right.
So you should try to come down to DreamHack.
What day is it?
It's like November 12th, I think, something like that. I'll send you the dates, but I know a lady who could get you tickets. So if you want to come down, man, come. Just drive down and hang out with me.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think that's the best thing you could do is just come on down. We'll get you in there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah. Let me know about that because, um, I mean, if I got a chance, I'll try and get there
Okay, cool, cool,
because I
cool.
know I got. I mean, not only do I have, of course,
Oh,
the
it's
work stuff.
November 18th, 20th.
The 18th. Oh, you froze up. I think you said the 18th. It's the 18th, and I'll be out of town. Oh, there you go.
Oh, you're gonna be out of town?
You're
Okay.
moving again. Yeah, because we're going on a
Oh,
family
can you hear me now?
cruise. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, it's 18 to 20th.
Yeah, because I'll be out of town. We'll be out of town for a while. We'll be leaving I think earlier that week and be done and be back. I think the 20th. Oh, you froze up again. Froze up again. All right. So it's just me playing Persona. So we're gonna have fun playing Persona right now because it's a good game. It's a fun game. Oh, speaking of, yeah, Mark should be popping on in just a little bit. Now I gotta type something in. Oh man. Man, having to type all this stuff. Oh, it's killing me. Back to Persona. Back to Persona. You know what? I actually should play a more exciting game because some people might want to see more exciting game. But I enjoy this game. It's fun. Ooh, I could play one of the other games I did want to play. Because I got a little further in Plague Tale, which Plague Tale is actually really good as well. All right, let's keep going down. Nothing there. I forgot how far I made it in. I think I did beat this game. Come on, what you gonna do? Jump down that side? So freeze. If I remember, this is where he gets arrested. Look at all the cops in the city. This is where it gets to the weird answers. No, I haven't figured it out. Look at there. So it's just us tonight. It's a quiet, quiet night. Normal. Not playing any craziness, doing it on hard. What? You gonna beat me up? Oh, I gotta use the keyboard. Sign the papers, sign the papers. I gotta pee. Why do you want to know? What's up? Okay, it's your case. You got this. Yes, I am coherent. I got a headache. That's what he said. I got a headache. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna win. I will save the world. I remember the 21st night of September. Yes. Burp. But it is a cool scene. I like the scene. If I remember, this is. Oh yeah. It is pretty cool. That'd be freaky if that happened in real life. You know, you're walking out there in the middle of nowhere and then everybody freezes, except for you. Put in the trash can. That's not an iPhone. I don't even have an iPhone. See, this is the fun part. So it's Saturday afternoon. It's a poster of a weekly magazine. An exaggerated ad slogan is displayed with it. Back this way. Is that the same thing? The apartment's price is displayed here. So this is how much it costs to live. Excuse me. Yawning. No, let's go back. No, let's go back this way. The train line information is shown on the pamphlet. Let's go to the back streets. He needs a haircut, really. That's what he really needs, but he didn't get a haircut. Yep. So what's this way? Oh, the store owner's not there. Oh yeah. Tobacco store. Oh yeah, that was fun up there. See, I got to get further into the game now. Back where I was. There's the movie theater that I just walked by. That's the medical clinic. Hey, let's see what we're talking about. What'll I do? I'm feeling under the weather. Oh, why don't you go to the doctor? Yep, I think you should. Whoa, there's somebody back here. It's unfriendly officer. All right. Thank you. Let's go down here. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Can't go that way yet. Was there another accident? It's the police. Hey, I just watched to make sure everything was safe. Very scary stuff there. Let's hurry home. Oh yeah, that's right. Can't go up that way yet. And yeah, you end up over there. Yeah, I hadn't played this game forever. This is a good game. It's going to different places I get to see. All righty. Nobody home. Gotta go to the cafe. Mumble. Hmm? 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 Did you? No, not that way. No, I don't want to go up there. Cafe LeBlanc. I'll go inside. Because that's what we do. See, there really isn't much going on right now. It's like what's going on here, nothing. There are some things that I could talk about, but I'm not going to talk about because, I don't feel like jumping into that situation right now. I mean, if Mark pops on, then we may talk about it, but hadn't seen Mark since having a discussion with one of the other guys. It was an interesting discussion we had the other day. Yep. See you next time. See you next time. See you next time. Single cup of Joe. Ooh, they knew each other. Graphically, it's a lot better than on the PS4. But of course, I'm on a PC right now. I gotta start doing the PS5 stuff. I'll probably do. Yeah, we'll start doing PS5 stuff next week. See, and this is the cool thing, because this is what I like about, this style of JRPG. Yeah, well, it is a dungeon, basically a dungeon crawler, but this game itself is still set up on a time setup. So you still have to do things at a particular time during the day. You still get to do things for a little bit of time during the night. Then it rotates through and it keeps your pacing going. And I like that. I really like that. Mm-hmm. School. Going to school. See, so now you get the opportunity of doing other things. You can examine junk and use household items. Yeah. It's a cardboard box and back home. Blah, 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 blah. Then you start to clean up things. You get other parts. Yep, let's start cleaning. See, Saturday afternoon now. Then at night is when you fight. See? Hey, Lord Bacon the Destroyer. Persona time it is. That's right. I do enjoy this game. So now in advance time. No. See, now I got to call it a day. Ooh, I wonder if I can clear out the desk. What up, Nikole? How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. See, I'm playing one of my favorites.
What is this?
You've never played Persona?
No.
So Persona is one. It's a turn-based JRPG. It's one of the best turn-based JRPGs out there. One of my favorite things about this game is the time setup. So depending on you remember Shenmue?
No.
Oh, I got to get you to play Shenmue. That was a fun one too. So basically, the way it's set up is you have particular times to do particular things. Anytime, for example, I just made it into this room. In this room, the room was cluttered. And so I had to clean the room to get it prepared so I could stay the night. In doing so, I got there in the morning, but it took me till evening, as you see, till the room gets done. So when you do particular things throughout the day, be it servicing customers, because now I'm going to have to work this coffee shop, or going to get medicine, it takes time out of the day. So then you do your battles at night, and you can battle for a little while, but then at some point you have to actually heal yourself and rest and go into the next day. So right now it's Saturday. I got to go to school tomorrow, and it'll end up on Sunday. as you see.
So it's time progression.
Yes, and I love it. And it's really just a dungeon crawler. It really is. And the dungeon that you're going through is pretty expansive. And you find different things, so it's a lot of fun. It's a whole lot of fun, especially if you like RPGs, the turn-based RPGs. Yeah, it's a whole lot of fun.
I like RPG. I like Korean MMORPGs. So I need some action in there.
Which one are you playing? Which one are you
But
talking
you know what?
about?
I haven't had fun. I haven't had a chance to play anything fun lately. So I play stuff on my phone when I can, and in VR when I can. But like honestly, on my computer, I have not. I have not enjoyed like a good PC game in a while.
Okay.
Are you strictly like so? Do you like console games or are you strictly PC?
So this is on PC. This is on the Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
So I flipped through just about everything. I've got my Oculus on the other side of the room. I've got the PSVR right there. I've got the PS5 now. And then got my PC stuff. So I bounce around on everything.
I'm gonna need Bull City to sponsor me a PSVR 2. Let me grab that headset, please. I'll test it out and give you shots out every single day on Meta Mind Shift Show.
I mean, I'm just trying to make the big dollars like Meta Mind Shift. That's my goal.
Hey.
You know,
Me too.
I want to have that G5. That's what I want. Like you got it.
G5.
So what's new with Meta Mind Shift? What's going on there?
You know what? My show is at 6 on Tuesdays. So it was right before this. And I had a couple conferences after that. So I'm just now wrapping up my day. But yeah, literally. But I did have my show. And so we talked about decentralized storage and what that looks like.
Okay.
And so that was pretty much most of the show. We talked about some of the things that are going on in the metaverse, lots of things to do with privacy and meta. Oh my God, it's Marc.
Yeah, little Marc
in the house. How's it going? What have I missed?
Well, not too much. I've been sitting here playing Persona, but then Nikole jumped on and she was talking about her day, and I'm so what conferences were you pushing through? Or did you have today?
No. They were consultations.
Consultations? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So I am a consultant and I help people to be more technically savvy and also help them to be technically savvy as they head towards the metaverse. So that was kind of what we were doing tonight. I was helping out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So are you okay with going decentralized?
Me? Oh yes. Yeah. I'm the queen of decentralization. Yes. Absolutely. I'm a big proponent of everything decentralization, except for DAOs. I'm trying, but I'm not there yet. So yeah, everything. Pretty much everything, yes.
Hey, Nikole, do you think there's room? Because actually, the reason I'm late is that we had a talk between dancers and a filmmaker. Actually, I think Jatovi may know the filmmaker as well, Lana Garland, but they were talking about the generational divide and how there is a shift in the Black narrative. Because like I said, Lana is the past director of the Hayti Heritage Film Festival, and actually Tyra Dix will be taking over that duty. And I've actually had that duty in the past as well. And then her brother, Robert, is the new artistic director for the Dance Theater of Harlem. And they were just talking about how they didn't quite understand this new narrative, but there seems to be a new narrative in the way we are understood in the general population and all in that kind of way. And I was thinking to myself as they were talking, hey, maybe the Dance Theater of Harlem needs to go into the metaverse and all of that. So that's what I was wondering. Can the Dance Theater of Harlem or filmmakers get into the metaverse?
I think that there's a great first of all, filmmakers are already in the metaverse. Filmmakers are doing great things in the metaverse. You were there for one of them, sort of, when we had Warrington Hudlin on the show.
Right.
And so, first of all, so he is the producer of House Party, or one of the producers of House Party, and he is, you know, he's an older guy, but he definitely has tapped into the metaverse. He has his own metaverse. You can go to wewatchtogether.us, and that's his metaverse there. So definitely, you know, there's ways to watch. I also, for Blackverse, like we are always watching movies, and we started out watching them in the metaverse. So we would watch them in alt space, and we would watch them in big screen and in Netflix and places like that. Also, Amazon Prime is there. So there's movies that are there. They're showing up in VR. So if you're thinking about VR as a metaverse type of experience, then yes, they're there. Metaverses, you can actually watch and stream anything into most of the metaverses that exist out there. And then, you know, when it comes to theater, I think there's a really cool opportunity, not only with being able to recreate experiences in a virtual way, whether that be through AR or VR, but also being able to utilize some of the new functionality with AI. You know, being able to create scenes using AI technology. That's actually a thing. You know, stories are being created using AI. And so being able to put all of that together, I think that there'd be some pretty cool opportunities to recreate anything. So like the Alvin Ailey, you know, that all of those would be really cool to just see come to life in the metaverse if they haven't done it already. But yeah, the opportunity is certainly there.
Yeah, because I know Dance Theater of Harlem. I did not get the impression he had, but he is definitely looking at innovative things. So
Listen, you said that, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's where my head was. So the Harlem Film Festival is actually there. So there is, in alt space, there's a whole entire world dedicated to Harlem Film Festivals created by one of our sponsors, which is Artsy. And she created that, but the Harlem Film House, CR Capers, is huge in everything metaverse, and she creates a lot of different productions for folks, and her and all the team around her. And I'm gonna miss a whole lot of people, so I'm not gonna say anybody else, but like that whole team of people are absolutely amazing, and they've been building an alt space for years and recreating experiences, creating other experiences. She also has like the mall of the metaverse is there in alt space as well. And then there's like parties and concerts and things that they put on all the time. So yes, all of those kinds of things definitely exist. But the Harlem Film House, the Harlem Film Festival, like she's actually got that created. And she also, you know, Artsy has done things for George Clinton um, and Naughty by Nature has like a nine world experience there as well. So yes, Mark, all of that.
like plenty of opportunities. I have to put them in touch with each other. Artie will have to meet them if she hasn't already met them and everything. Hey, Jatovi, you'll get a kick out of this. One of the things that Robert said was that he is having to teach folks the kind of ethos and the way to do a Soul Train line, because apparently some of his dancers don't understand the concept of what a Soul Train line is and all of that. So he's got some young dancers, and he's actually having to reteach them what a Soul Train line is. And I'm going like, line dancing is popular. I would think everybody knows what a Soul Train line is, but apparently there's some folks that are
Soul
not
Train
quite.
old though, Mark. We old.
We old.
That old. Listen, that's not true at all.
They said they're going like, what's a Soul Train line?
I mean, maybe Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion got to start a new Soul Train line to pick it up quick.
To pick it up.
I can't even talk about Cardi B anymore because she's just wild out this weekend, and you know.
What did Cardi B do this time? She's always doing something.
Mm. So she asked for a certain flavor of adult material to be sent to her on her Twitter. And so the entire feed was full of video activity all day Sunday, and people responding to that. And all I could think was like, think about all those kids who were like following her page, and they're now exposed to like all this stuff. I think that's crazy. But it's just irresponsible, frankly. But
Well,
I'm sure lots of folks enjoyed it quite a bit.
so Cardi B did that too, and so did what? Who was it? There was somebody else. I was just reading a story about that. Doggone it.
Who was it?
But there was another star who had a birthday party, and she said, send her, if anybody got any pictures of her naked or nude, please send it to her Twitter so she can post it.
Wow.
Wait a minute. So
if that many people have pictures of you naked and nude, there is something wrong with that. Unless you're actually an adult film star, like that's troubling.
That is very troubling. What kind of parties are you going to that you're gonna have that many pictures?
I'm trying to remember.
Really, some good ones.
What did you say, Nikole?
Clearly, there were some good parties. I don't know.
Apparently.
But yeah, that was her big thing. She had some big, was it Skylar Ray or somebody? One of the stars out there.
Wow. They have bumped their heads.
I mean, that's what you do now. Gotta, I guess.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen after you become a star, Jatovi, because we know you're a star. You've already got a sister that's a star, and we know that you're headed to stardom as well.
All we know is, Mark, remember we had a show before and you wore the leopard print.
There is no leopard print. There's no picture of me in a leopard print. I've never had a leopard print. Now, I have had a polyester shirt way back in the 70s that was burned. I hope it's burned. I hope the dad or mom doesn't have that somewhere and everything, because there was one of them polyester shirts with the little cut-off leather and all of that. So that was in the disco era. I hope that the parents burned it, just like I hope that they burned that awful yellow shirt that was part of the disco era as well.
We all have clothes we wish were burned. I had a pair of these are terrible. Like I had a pair of pink corduroys when I was younger, and they were like ribbed.
Not the pink corduroys.
No, they were pink.
It was Doja Cat. That's who it is.
Well,
Doja
that
Cat.
Sounds like Doja Cat. So.
Yeah, it was Doja Cat. Yeah,
absolutely sounds like Doja Cat.
Totally sounds like something that Doja Cat would do.
Mm-hmm.
That is just insane and everything. So y'all had another guest on earlier, Lord Bacon the Destroyer. I just saw that they had a clip on here and everything, so I don't know who they are.
No, there's no clip on there. He's coming from YouTube.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, he's commenting from YouTube, and he or she, commenting from YouTube, and said, Persona time, because Persona is the game that I'm actually playing here.
Okay.
Ooh.
Now, what is the persona that you are becoming? It looks like almost like a detective type thing going on here.
So the game itself, it's a JRPG. There is a lot of detecting in it. I mean, yes, you do. You're a high school kid. You're moving in with this gentleman here because you got kicked out of this one place. So now you're being a detective in high school, basically. It hadn't gotten to that part yet, but that's what ends up happening. You're trying to figure out what's going on throughout this high school, and you have to stay the straight and narrow, or you get kicked out of this guy's house. Like right now, he's about to drive us to the high school.
So I'm about to date myself, but what else is new? So we're basically saying that this is a computerized modern day version and a little bit of urban soul version of Nancy Drew and or the Hardy Boys. I just told you I was going to date
myself. Sure.
Nikole knows nothing about those two shows.
Yes,
right,
I do. Yes, I do. I don't know about this game, but I just think that's funny that that's what you came up with.
Secret Detectives, and that's where my mind went. Nancy Drew, Hardy Boys, and I could have did myself even further and gone with Murder She Wrote because
Murder She Wrote was the stuff. Okay, so yes,
She just passed away.
Angela
yeah,
Lansbury just passed away.
Yeah,
Yep.
Wow, I like that show.
me too. And so there was some drama a couple years ago though, so they didn't want I forget who it was, but it was a sister who was going to play her, and they didn't want that to happen.
It was a
Yeah.
sister who was going to play the Murder She Wrote character originally.
Yeah. Not originally.
No, in the remake.
In a remake. Okay.
Mhm.
So they were having that same. What was the other one that they didn't want the brother to play? James Bond.
Yes, that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and Idris Elba would have been perfect as James Bond.
Oh, I think so totally. Idris would have been a great James Bond and everything.
I'm happy with any brother that is James Bond, especially like all of the ones that they had. I would have been cool with. Reggie, definitely would have been cool with that. But
Ray J?
Yes. Not Ray J, no.
Yeah, I was like, Ray J.
No. Right. No. That would be awful.
Well, we're gonna have the headphones and Brandy in the background.
Yeah, Brandy's gonna be singing in the background. I like this idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandy singing in the background.
He would stop after every fight. Check out my earbuds.
Y'all see what I did? Did y'all see what I did right here? I did that.
Did you see? Well, the other thing about James Bond's series was, all the villains had such classy names, and I'm being very sarcastic. So I could see those as being the whole titles of rap songs if they're not already.
Mm.
Whether it was whether it was Dr. No or whether it was the one that was the woman villain that was a certain vernacular.
Yeah, you just don't want to say it. I know you don't want to say it.
I'm not gonna go there. I'm just gonna say galore.
I don't want to say it.
Just gonna say galore. I was not gonna go there.
We're not gonna go there.
But it was a classic.
Yes.
But it was a classic name.
And another word for an 8-legged cat. Is that what we're talking about?
That's the one, exactly. Don't say that word to Nicole. Nicole does not like cats, and you know that I've had a cat that I was cat sitting, but she's already told me that she is deathly allergic to those critters.
That part, deathly allergic. So you could also say that this was kind of like In the Heat of the Night.
It did like In the Heat of the Night, yes. That was another classic.
So it's like no.
So we like, no, we're not going.
Absolutely not.
Well, we're gonna go with the End of the Heat of the Night analogy. We can really go off the deep end, and maybe I'll tell me that it's really like Carter Country. See, I just told you I was gonna date myself again.
Carter Country. Now that one I don't know.
It was a campy detective show, and I think it was back in was that 70s, Jatovi?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was very campy. It was a think of a later version of Hogan's Heroes or Knight Rider.
This is more like the Breakfast Club.
Oh.
A detective breakfast club.
Okay.
So Vampire Diaries.
Kind of, sort of, yeah. But no vampires.
Right. That part.
No,
and persona in this is, it just I tried to explain it to Kara earlier, but it was kind of a butchered way of telling it. But basically, when they're referring to the persona, is the mask of the person. It hadn't shown any masks yet, but yeah, that mask is based on the
physical mask or a personality
mask. Personality mask.
No, it's basically saying that personality is represented in the mask. And
like in the game, is there an actual mask that is worn?
Yep.
So but it's representing the different personalities, like we said when we were talking about somebody wearing a mask, but it's an actual physical mask.
Yeah, so when they do battle at night, so I haven't gotten that far yet because I just downloaded this because it just hit the Xbox Game Pass
Okay.
and I put it on the PC. I did have it on the PS4, played it on the PS4. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, you get to a point, it's not too far, but what ends up happening, there was a scene just a little while ago where you're in this cell and you're talking to this gentleman, this older gentleman with a super long nose sitting at a desk. And he's your
You talked to Pinocchio?
no. So, he's basically kind of like a representation of your consciousness,
Right.
and you're imprisoned in your consciousness,
Oh, wow.
and you begin to grow. And as you grow, you break out of that prison and
Like
become
the
more
cell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that
So
sounds
it's
cool.
it's a very deep look at one's person
Mhm.
because it's about persona, but the stuff that happens in the school that you have to go through and try and figure out what's going on. Yeah, it deals with high schoolers having to deal with rape and
Oh, wow.
a whole bunch of other stuff. But yeah, it's a good game.
Hey, Jatovi, just out of curiosity, because I know she played in doctor shows and she played on a couple of detective shows, but has Janora, that lovely sister of yours, done any vampire movies or any movies in that field? Since I know that Nikole is into some of those kind of movies, and I can't remember whether Janora ever
Not that
did anything in that space.
No, not that I know of.
Mm.
Oh, shoot. I just remembered. My best friend, Nikole, she is somebody I can talk to on a regular basis, which I do need to do on a regular basis because coming off of Sunday, and I hope you watched it on Sunday or either Monday.
Oh, I watched it on Sunday. You know I watched it on Sunday.
Woman, that was a great ending.
Let me put up for this. So so you started talking about your best friend Nikole. I'm like, well, wait a minute. That's cool. You got a best friend Nikole. That's awesome. Totally.
You totally missed the lead, and he gave you a perfect lead in
Took me a
everything.
minute. Just tell me, what did you think? What did
Girl,
you
about
So
I
wait,
want-
so you read the books or no?
yes, I read the books.
Okay.
I need to
So-
go back and read them again because it's been so long since I
I read
read
them
them.
every week. Like every week, I go back and I
Really?
play just this section that we're in. But I play it on Audible, so that's how
Yeah.
that's why I read it so fast.
Lord.
Wait, okay, just want to skip to the end. Given that you read the book, what did you think? And before we do that, Mark, we're talking about House of the Dragon, Game of Thrones.
I figured as much. I knew that when you mentioned that, and I knew that you had told me that you had watched that, I was figuring it was House of the Dragons or something like that and everything. So I knew where y'all were going.
All right. Okay.
So I thought, in terms of the relation with the book, they kept with the context of the book as much as season 1 and season 2 did in Game of Thrones. They deviated a little bit here and there and took liberties, but so I was fine with how they changed a few things here and there, the way that I was fine that they changed a few things here and there in the first and second season of Game of Thrones. Third season they started, hey, we're just gonna do whatever we want to do. And fourth season was Game of Thrones was fun until, for me, I mean, I wanted Victorian and all the others to show up, but they never showed up. I wanted the Greyjoys to really have that battle, but the Greyjoys never had that battle. I needed more out of Game of Thrones once it started hitting like season 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. But for House of the Dragon, episode 10, last 5 minutes of episode 10, what did you think?
I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. I wanted to cheer because it was every emotion about the show balled up in one. The way, so I'm a big fan of like The Expanse. The Expanse was a very slow burn. This was a very slow burn. It had a lot of groundwork to lay out, and they laid it out. By the way, I want that freaking table. I want that table.
Yeah. Woo, they're about to make a killing. You know how many people are like that? Like, I don't even want it with Game of Thrones. Like, I just want to write like what I want to write on it, but that's what I want. That's gonna be in my house. Like, we're doing that.
That Joker was.
We have to do it. Somebody's about to be paid.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
So the way they told the story, I mean, each episode, and poor Ray, she lost her dad, her daughter,
Three.
and her son in the same day.
Well, I mean, technically, yeah.
Well, technically, yeah.
Technically.
But in the same, it's like, how? And you felt it for her. And when everything went down in that last 5 minutes, you felt, I mean, it just pitted in your stomach, and it was beautiful watching the dragon. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And you got chills. I mean, you really got chills when you saw it in the clouds when the light was flashing, and he thought he was getting away.
He's like, and no. The part was when it opened up and it was clear skies, and you just knew that like you're home. And so the dragon even just kind of got calm, and then it was like.
And the funny thing is, we all knew he was gonna die. We knew he was gonna die. But I thought that was gonna be one of those things they took liberties with. Like, okay, well, he's gonna make it a little bit further and maybe warn. But when that Joker,
the only thing that would have made it so for me, it was too fast. So I needed that to be dragged out a little bit more, less of the chasing and more of the dying. Like that needed to be stretched out. Like that just happened, and it was like he's gone. Like didn't even matter. He's gone. But I love the fact that they zoomed in on Eamon's face. Because Eamon was like, oh shit, that happened. And so it's like, whoops. Whoops. I didn't mean for that to happen. But like he actually had remorse in that moment. Or possibly he was thinking about the repercussions, because the repercussions are coming, right? Like, so, in that moment, was he thinking about himself, or was he thinking about the act that just happened? And so we know that like he is psychotic. So
honestly, I think it was so when Alicent sent that message to Rhaenyra, and she got that note, and the note basically is telling her, hey, look, let's try and have peace.
Remember when we were friends?
And it's, hey, let's try and have peace.
You took your crown, but it's all right.
But the thing is, even before, I think it kind of fit that, because even before, if you take how Rhaenyra did not ever want war, she never wanted to fight. And I think Daemon actually picked up on that when the eye was lost. Even before that, every time he had interactions with her, even, when Alicent wanted to kill her and wanted to take her child's eye at that one moment, it was Ray who wanted to basically, let's stop this fight. And even at the table when they had that last supper with Viserys, again, it was Rhaenyra who stood up and said, hey, look, let's break bread, let's have peace, let's have calm. And I think Daemon, I don't think he wanted, I think he felt remorse, because I think he wanted to mess with the kids or mess with the others, but didn't want them to really die.
So I don't know if I believe that part, because eye for an eye is what he said. And we know he is about his business. And so I guess, and I'm reading that from the book's perspective, right? Like I know where he's getting ready to head. And so for me, it's like, he said he wanted your eye, and yes, he's gonna scare the death out of you, but
And that's where I think
he wanted you to die. He wanted you to live like with the crap, like he has had to.
yes.
Yeah, and so I think that like
Well,
I just don't feel like he was like, it's hard for me because like part of me is like, okay, he was remorseful, but then I don't think he has remorse for anything. I think that was self-imposed, like, oh shoot, I'm gonna be in trouble, like
So
a kid,
I think,
like, I'm gonna be in trouble.
yeah, I think this is where he loses everything in terms of his remorse, so on and so
Humanity.
forth. Because I think that remorse was, yes, he didn't want him to die. I completely agree. I think he wanted him to live in fear.
Yeah.
But once that happened, not only does that remorse that I didn't want you to die happen, but also, I don't think he wanted to start a war and he realized he just started a war. I don't think he wanted to. If I remember, wasn't he a student of history too, though?
I don't remember that. I know he's a student of the sword.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think he wanted to start a war, and I don't think that. I think he learned that he didn't have control of his dragon, so he's afraid of that as well.
Yeah. So that whole thing, and then the other thing that that really just occurs to me about this episode is that I did not like the scene of birth. Like that whole birthing scene, I think they failed miserably in capturing the intention behind the book at this. And so like they tried to make this into something and we totally did not feel it in the way that we should have from the book. Like they literally could have made that happen and they chose not to.
Well, remember what happened in Game of Thrones, where they could have really punished someone the way they did in the books, but they deterred. They still did some nasty punishment, but it was nothing like the books.
I know, but like we're in a whole separate world now. Like you know what I mean? Like we learned our lessons from this stuff, and I think that
But if we really learned our lessons, because one of the articles I was reading was actually talking about another movie, and they're saying that they're feeling that the video game can go a little bit more R-rated than the movie was, and that's actually Black Adam. Because I was just reading an article about Black Adam, and they were saying that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's portrayal, now that they are going to go do this R-rated video game, they can have a lot more emotions and a lot more rage, and the anti-hero aspect can be out there. So I think that there are certain venues that allow more leeway, and sometimes they don't always use that leeway the way that they should. That's the parallel.
This is a show that definitely pushes that limit to wherever they want to go. They sat there and had birth on screen. So I mean, we saw literally the whole thing. But what was supposed to, and y'all, if you're listening, I'm so sorry because these are about to be spoilers, so stop listening if you don't care to hear spoilers, because I am going to spoil this for you. Ready? So in the book, it is supposed to be that it's a stillborn baby, but it is, I don't think it's actually stillborn, but it is a child that comes out as a like it has a tail of a dragon. Right. And so I thought that it survived a couple hours or a day or so, and that was it. Maybe I'm confusing it with the beginning part, but that is definitely like something that they could have done. I thought it was tacky the way that they interlaced flashes of the dragon instead of actually doing a dragon tail. Like they're Targaryens, they're Valyrian. They could have done that. And it's like, just make it happen. And like that would be actually cool.
I mean, it could have been, but my guess is that, and I agree, I did not like the whole flashes of dragon. I don't need to see that. That really took away from the scene more than adding to the scene. My curiosity is, I'm guessing they did not do it because they haven't established anything like that.
But this is the perfect time. This is the beginning, right? Like this is the prequel. So it's like they are saying, and they are establishing, and I feel like they are definitely saying like Targaryens are different, like they move different. They are between gods and men, like they're closer to gods than they are to men. So if you can say that, then you can definitely have one just be a little bit of a dragon. And it's like the tail, they could have shown it in a way where the legs were fused or something like that.
That's what I was hoping, but they went with the whole umbilical cord around the throat, and I didn't like that.
Yeah, and it's like that's a simple thing, I mean, not, what I mean. Like I definitely feel for anybody who has gone through that in real life, and so this probably was very traumatic for some folks. But but there is also the idea that this is fantasy. This is a space where we have dragons, we have witches, we have milk of the poppy, and we have all sorts of stuff with the seven and all that stuff. Torture is a thing, and so we would have the idea of a birth that is less than natural. What does that look like? Like they gave us a deformed and stillbirth baby, but I didn't feel the deformity. Like the head was a little big.
Yeah, they didn't show anything of it.
Yeah, it didn't give me that. Like I wanted to feel that because I was dreading it. I'm like, oh my God, what are they gonna do for the tail? The tail's gonna come out, it's gonna have a dragon tail. And then it didn't. I saw a foot and it looked like Jon Snow's foot. So that was weird to me. I didn't like that parallel at all. But man, it was just Damon cried at the end. So I didn't notice that when I was watching it in real life, but when people kind of went back through through how like they do the slow-mo of like everything's happening, like he's actually wiping tears away when he's walking in to tell her that Lucerys has passed. And my thing is this, like, how did we find that out so fast?
So that was the part that I wish they would have shown, because the idea was that what's his dragon's name?
I don't know. Dragon.
Varaxis?
I don't remember. Varaxis or something.
But the dragon's head washed up on the island, and that's how they found out, is that he saw the dragon's head that washed up.
But see, here's the thing. So, like, how would we automatically assume that it was Aemon that did it? Unless word got back from the Baratheons that told them, this happened and we told him to leave. And so he went after him.
Yeah.
I like I thought that whole part with him arriving and seeing the dragon and not being alarmed by that was ill-formed.
I do think he was alarmed, but I don't think he was thinking that he was going to die, because he walked in nervous.
Yeah, but do you not think you're going to die when your cousin is Aemon? Because it's Aemon. What Aemon's capable of, and he hates you because you took his eye. So,
remember, the youngest was always the innocent one. The youngest was always, hey, I don't want to do this. I just want to. So I don't think he went in thinking there was going to be a battle, there was going to be any problems in terms of Aemon attacking him in the way he did. And I think he thought when he left, it was over and he can get home and then he can go.
Mommy told me to come right home, so I'm coming home. So do you think that Rhaenyra sentenced him to death?
I don't think she thought they were there.
But do you think she sentenced him to death because she is the one that let him go? They did ask, but she is the one who let him go. And she told him not to fight. So had he been in a fight mode, he still would have lost, but he would have lost a little bit better, I feel like because he would have been prepared to actually fight.
No, I think because I don't think she assumed that Damon was going to be at the Baratheons because
Well,
she.
nobody did. I agree with that. But
But
now
I don't
she's
think
got
she.
mommy's guilt, right? So now
Oh
we're
yeah,
on
she
the
does.
other side of it. So
I think she believes that she sentenced him to death,
yeah.
but I don't think she did sentence him to death because
Right.
she's going to have that mama's guilt that
I think
hey, I was the one that sent him there. Well, you didn't expect for Damon to be there, and Damon's crazy.
at some point in time, she's got to have that guilt. She's got to have guilt. Like it is going to hit. And I say this as a woman. So it's going to hit at some point that like everything that I touch right now is turning to crap. And so what did I do? And then you look back at your little love affair with Mr. Strong, who's not strong because he's not here anymore. Uh, and this thing that you've kind of let loose into the world, and is this karma?
Yeah, she's going to have that guilt.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely going to hit her, especially with these 3 that have just died on her.
Ooh, so check this out. Look, we could talk about this all night. I feel bad, Mark.
Well, that's all right. I'm listening. I'm absorbing it. It's a fascinating conversation, and then I'll get into it so I can chime in. But I also love listening and learning. I was going to tell Jatovi that at some point we probably got to hit a commercial so that I can edit at some point since we're doing the 2-hour thing and all of that. But that was just going to hit one of these IPC ones since I see those on the board and everything. But we can do that in about another minute or two, and then y'all can continue the conversation because that's probably the part that I'll edit when I do the trim.
Okay, so like I think that Damon, like I love Damon. I like him as a man, and so I did not like him as a man in this moment because he choked her, and like I think that that was a a atrocity that could have been punishable by death if she had chosen to do so. You know, when you think about it, I don't know who would have done it, but like I don't know who would have been able to take him out. But you know, he choked the queen, and it's like I feel like that was his man moment where he wanted to feel a little bit of power, and he wanted to kind of, you know, sometimes no, I'm not gonna say that. She definitely wasn't feeling like the assist that he was giving, and she has been on this peaceful kick, which to me, it's like I've been trying to reconcile that too. Like she has, like all them times that you said, like she's been peaceful, but when she was younger, that wasn't who she was. So when did that happen and why? You know, it's
So
like, is it
my
age?
my guess on when it happened, during that time jump and everything, I think when it happened was when she realized and spent more time with her father and didn't feel threatened that he was going to use his son Aegon to place him in power. I think when they had that meeting at the table and he said, "You will always be, you're going to be the queen. I'm not going to use Aegon and replace you." From that moment on, I felt that, she became a little bit more peaceful and less, hey, I'm doing my own thing, screw everybody else. So I think as the years wore on, and she spent time more with Viserys, because Viserys was not about war in the first place. He was about his dream and
Right.
peace. So
Very
I think
kind.
yeah, I
Peaceful.
think that's what she
Dreamer.
became, because she spent so much time with Viserys, and Aegon and the others spent so much time with the Greens and Alicent and the Hand, and they became spiteful.
Can we sit with that for a minute? Because Allison's children, Lord, what was she raising? It's like, where did she go?
So remember, there was a cool scene. I think it was episode 7, or it may have been before that, where you had the first scene where Rhaenyra was dealing with her kids, and she was being loving and kind. Then they switched over to Alicent and her kids, and she was being very crude, crass, and very hard on her kids. So I think that's where they tried to play the two of the yin and yang, or the good and the evil. And as Rhaenyra was, living in this peace and trying to do this whole loving family and trying to battle the demons of I want to fight, Alicent was living that and living in spite towards Rhaenyra the whole time, and being pushed by her father, who was the hand, who was crooked, and crooked foot, speaking of. And so pushing by that group, I think that's where they kept going back and forth and showing that, okay, well, this side, who is the great great grandmother of Daenerys, and that was similar with Daenerys. Daenerys actually, if I remember, she didn't say ruling. Yeah, she did talk about ruling over a kingdom of ash, and it was the same line that Rhaenyra used.
Rhaenyra, yeah.
So I'm curious how it's going to pan out.
It'll be
because
interesting.
you're showing a good and an evil, and even way down, if you try and connect the two, Rhaenyra and Daenerys kind of lived in that same path of there was so much turmoil, but she chose peace the whole time. Daenerys got raped, and the whole stuff with who was that? Her whole path to being queen. Even though I hated in season 8, they switched her up so fast it didn't make any sense.
I hear you. So, Jatovi, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and see an IPC commercial so I can do the edit about this moment and everything. And then y'all can continue talking about the dragons and all of that. But we'll just go take a quick 2-minute break with IPC and this reel because it's a good breaking point. So I'm going to do that right now.
Wow! I just noticed that you're just watching this incredible art like me. And probably thinking to yourself, just like me, wow, this stuff's incredible. It takes me somewhere beyond myself and back inside myself, and woo! It's actually a land called Matsu. And our name is Ralph. And I was created, I think, by General IPC. I paint creatures. Here to introduce you, I paint creatures. Incredible, fantastical, illustrated painter. He's worked for companies like Lucasfilm, Apple Computers, Microsoft. He's taking it on. But now he's 2022 and beyond content creator. So follow him everywhere on all the social media. And then we gonna bring you, because he paints in watercolors, acrylics, all the mediums of the earth planet. And brings you all this imaginative storytelling. Takes you on the journey into the storytelling lands of Matsu. And he got his storybooks all over the internet. Go over there to Amazon, pick them on up. All the links are below. And tune back in. And my name is Bunga 5, yeah! Raw! So go check out I Paint Creatures!
And that was right at the 2-hour moment, and now back to the dragons.
And we're back.
Yeah.
I wonder if he paints dragons.
Huh? Those dragons.
Paint dragons.
He does paint dragons, yes.
Yes, he does.
How are they going to get to the bronze dragon?
I don't know. But what I want to know is what is going to happen next. And if they're going to be true to what happens next.
I mean, they have to.
Do they? This is them people. They don't have to do anything, and they don't do things that we want them to do sometimes. So, again, spoilers ahead. So, if you're watching, we are talking about Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, and so since this is going to be part 2, we're continuing the conversation. Spoilers ahead. So, blood and cheese. I need this to happen accurately. I really do. But I'm not vested in her enough yet to care. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I don't care about Helena yet.
Yeah. I mean, she's not important yet.
Exactly. So they have to build that up a little bit.
Is she
Are they
important
going to
in the
get
book?
dispute?
No.
That's bad.
I mean, other than this story, no. I mean, she's a seer, right? So she definitely sees the future. She's a dreamer, so she dreams the future. So she has foretold some things and didn't know that she was foretelling it. But do we care? No. Like she could be not there, and the story would be just fine, except for this piece because I need this to happen. So. Do you want to see that on the big screen or no? And do you think the world could handle it if they did it accurately?
I mean, I want to see it. Do I think the world could handle it?
The world can handle anything.
I don't know about that. So what we're talking about is
that's 2 years from now, though.
Okay, so yeah. So we're probably not going to get there until Mark left. He didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, he just disappeared.
I'm still listening. I've got to go
okay.
check on this other thing that was recording. So I'm still listening though.
Okay.
You gotta see a man about a dog.
There is a scene in the books where one of a 2 set of children is beheaded. And so that is what we're talking about. Is that going to happen on Game of Thrones? Do we think it's going to happen? Or House of the Dragon? Do we think it's going to happen? Do we want it to happen? Do we need it to happen? And could the world handle it?
I mean, again, I want to see it because it fits the book. Do I think the world can handle it? I mean, we did just witness, a munching and a crunching from a giant dragon on a little kid.
But there was no munching or crunching. It was one snap, and then that was it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was too fast for me. Like, I would have loved some munching and crunching, like half a body first, and then swallowing. Like, there was nothing to that. It was like if you blinked, you missed it, and you just realized later that he died. Like, I feel like that was rushed for whatever reason. Like, you could have extended it 2 minutes and let me see that crunching happen. But it didn't work out like that.
So, I do think it will probably happen because it'll be 2 years from now. And at that moment, well, I think because people understand what Game of Thrones is and House of Dragon is. Well, plus on top of that, they could do it because think about The Boys and everything they put in The Boys.
Wait, what do you mean?
Have you watched The Boys yet?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking The Boys in House of Dragon. What did they do? They haven't done anything. What do you mean? Those eyes?
So if you think about everything they put in The Boys, especially in season 3.
True. I love The Boys. Most of
the miniature guy that took a sneeze, that was freaking hilarious.
Oh my God, I was dying. That was absolutely the best TV ever. I was like, I
sat there and cried.
I can watch that right now just for kicks. Absolutely.
Herogasm was one of my favorite episodes.
Oh man. Ever. Yeah.
It's my favorite jacket.
Yes, it was awesome. It was so awesome. Like, that was the best orgy in television history.
The best. What is
It's a good show.
Yeah, I said it. It was. It absolutely was. But yeah. So the boys, I don't know. So like they're different audiences to me. Like you may have some crossover between House of the Dragon and the boys, but you definitely know what you're in for in episode 1 of the boys.
Yeah.
And so if you stay, that's your issue.
Well, I think that's the way. Yeah, it's true. I think that's the way Game of Thrones is, though, or the whole House of Dragon, Game of Thrones. Like even when they do Nymeria, they're going to do that whole series. I think that's going to be similar because of the world that they built. It has to be there. I mean, from the incest orgies and all the other craziness that's there to the killings to the way they had Viserys looking like the Crypt Keeper.
God, that was the best death scene ever. Like he looked like Walking Dead. Like
Yes.
Walking Dead should have been based on him. That was wow. Just everything about that was fantastic. From the way he acted it to the way the makeup, everything was perfect. Like he was disgusting and deceasing in front of our very eyes. Like, and if you've ever had an elder that has gone through that, like he definitely like you just felt it. Like I definitely resonated with that. And it's scary, like
It is.
that's very frightening. Because people are going through that every day, and at some point you just stop caring what you look like, but also you can't help it, and that is how you're showing up. And I just wish he had not those last few words that
Yep. But again, that is what happens. I mean, as being elderly, he didn't know who he's talking to. He thought he was talking to Rhaenyra. He could have sworn he was talking to Rhaenyra. And then he started seeing his wife.
And you couldn't, like there, and then the fact that the poppy was there didn't help anything, but it did, right? So it's like it's hard, but that's a choice that families are going through every day. You have your folks who are older and getting up there, and they're losing their faculties, or they're losing mental capacity. And then it's like, so do you keep them drugged up, or are they living in pain? Like, what is that like? So that episode, just the whole thing, it was gut wrenching for me.
I mean, it hurt me when they were at the table and he was that decrepit and his body's breaking down. I mean, the scene where he walks to the throne on his own, that was great. But the scene at the table is what got me, because all he wanted was his family near him.
And I thought he was going to die at the table. I did.
Huh?
I thought he was going to die at the table. Like,
I did too.
That's happiness, and he's just going to just pass out right there.
Yep.
But that didn't happen.
But yeah, but now we gotta wait 2 years. 2 freaking
years? Is that what they said?
Yes.
2 year break between the movies.
It's not coming out till 2024.
I'm so done.
Because you got Nymeria that's coming out.
Well, as long as we get something, I'm okay. Like,
yeah, because I think it's Nymeria that comes out next year.
I haven't even bothered to look, just because I knew this was out. So it's like, whatever. So Mark, you got a couple months, get it together.
But now, is that a prelude or is that a side direction? This other one that you're talking about that comes out in 2023, Jatovi.
Oh, you mean Nymeria?
Yeah, is that how is
So
that?
Nymeria happens before House of the Dragon.
So it's a prelude. It's before. It's before. So that's what I was asking.
Because in House of the Dragon, so in Game of Thrones, Nymeria is Arya's wolf's name. And this is how it all kind of ties together for those that haven't read the books. But so then the story that that Alicent and Rhaenyra are reading, that's about Princess Nymeria, and the end of the book or the page that she tore out was talking about Princess Nymeria and how the lands found peace, or that she was able to find peace. And that's what Alicent tore out to give to Rhaenyra. But yeah, it's just the whole tale of what happened with Princess Nymeria.
Well, cool. Sounds like I got some catching up to do. But
You
that's
have
okay.
like 8 seasons. I don't, we've had this conversation, but I don't know where you go from here. Do you go to, oh my gosh,
The Dance of the Dragons?
no, oh my gosh, I can't think. It's late. Oh my gosh, what is the show? Oh my goodness, the best show on Netflix.
That show on Netflix.
Oh my gosh, 5 seasons.
Stranger Things you're talking about?
Episode. I talk about the show all the time. Why could I not think right now? Oh my god. I'm all dragons.
Love, Death, and Robots?
No, the other one. The political one with the pig.
Oh, Black Mirror.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm like, I couldn't think of it.
What did you been talking to Black about?
I
Black
can see
Mirror?
every single episode, but I can't I
Yeah.
can't come up with the name. That's terrible. That never happens.
Mark, did you watch any of the Black Mirror yet?
I have not yet, but that's on my homework assignment.
See, you've got to watch it because we got to have a debate, especially the very first one. I want to know what your choice is, Mark.
Nikole told me that I can't watch the first one. She said I got to watch
the first one. He can watch it at the end. So if he goes back before he watches the movie, he can go back and watch that if he wants to.
Because that very first one, I want to know what you choose. I really want to know what you decide on. Like, Nikole, which one did you choose?
And she died. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't have nothing to do with that. Like,
Sound like you didn't have any second thoughts about this choice.
You would quit with that one.
Yeah, like no, like, we're not doing that. I mean, there's a lot of things that it's like, okay, save the princess, but that ain't one of them. That's not doing that. No.
It was quick with that answer.
There's honestly, White Bear is still one of my favorites, just because I can see that happening in like today or tomorrow, because I can see the way people would do that, set up a prison that way.
Yes, I could see that happening, and I had to watch that one twice in order for me to understand it, because I wasn't fully vested the first time I was watching it, so I caught half and I was like, what the hell? And then so like I had to go back and rewatch it when I first years ago watched it. But yeah, that one is deep. All of them, like there's some that just get you, but like still my favorite one is season 1, episode 2 and episode 3.
Yeah, I like those.
Both of those are 2 of my favorites, and then the other one is the military one, where
military was good.
Yeah.
My couple of favorites were the season 4, episode 1, which was a Star Trek.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely.
Also, the one where trying to think of.
Listen, you keep naming them out. They're all going to be my favorites because they are, except for
the delivery one.
The delivery one. Oh yeah, with the bees.
No,
wait, which one?
With the kid who had to ride the bike. The delivery one.
The computer.
I don't want to give much away, huh?
The computer one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't say that was favorite anything, but yeah, like, it happened.
That one hurt me so bad because I was cheering until I found out. Like, mother son of a.
Alrighty then.
I did like the horror one with the AR stuff. You know, where he was supposed to well, he got the his mom was always calling, and he had the implant in the back of his head because they were testing out a new game.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool. Messed up, but pretty cool.
Yeah.
The Street Fighter one was interesting.
I like the one with the legs, happy, whatever. I like that one because
I like that
we're so close to that already. And it's like that one and season 1, episode 2 or 3, whichever one it is, with the bikes and the American Idol. 60 million credits or whatever. We're so close to both of those. To me, it's like,
well, the one with the social currency one is the one that's actually happening in it's either Japan or China.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, there's talk of that here too, similar, right? So, it's like, what is your social credit and how can that replace everything that we're doing in terms of credit and how we think of it? And, the blockchain is playing into that quite a bit too.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know it because it's not using those same words, but it absolutely is because,
How long has Black Mirror been out?
Huh?
How long has Black Mirror been out? I'm asking for.
It's like 2011, 10, something like that.
Is it? It started on FX.
Did it?
No, the reason I was asking is because y'all were talking about social currency.
No, it was sci-fi. It was either
Netflix.
FX.
It's always been Netflix.
No, the reason I was asking is because y'all were describing
It
it
started
the
on-
whole social
Because it
currency
started on another
aspect.
channel and then moved over.
Well, we're going to research that.
Yeah,
'Cause
y'all
what was
research that, but Jatovi, the reason, and Nikole, the reason I asked is because y'all were describing social currency. You know that I judge a couple of film festivals, and one of them is in that science fiction fantasy space. And it seems to me that I remember a film either last year or the year before that had that same theme. So as y'all were describing that, I'm going like they must have borrowed that straight off of Black Mirror because it was definitely a similar type narrative. That was one of the ones that I judged. I'm pretty sure that was 2 years ago. I think it was last year. I think it was 2 years ago.
Listen, I do this really well. So Jatovi, you're right. It was on channel 4.
Well, I was wrong on the channel. It was on channel 4. Because I knew it wasn't on Netflix to start. Because I remember I kept looking to try and find extra stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I did not like Bandersnatch because
I didn't like much either.
Like I like the concept, right? Like I really did like the fact that like you could pick your ending and where you're heading. But the fact that they never did any other movies like that bothered me. It's like you had something really great and you could have revolutionized the idea of movies at the time, but you just didn't do it. Why?
Because nobody watched it.
But that's because the story sucked. So, I mean, it wasn't Black Mirror. It's like a little bit. Not really.
It was bad.
Yeah. So.
Although he's playing Adam Warlock now, though.
I don't even remember the kid who played it. Like,
the only reason I remember is what's that comedy that We Are the Millers? Remember that comedy?
I remember hearing about it. Yeah.
Because isn't that the kid? If I remember, that was a kid who Will Poulter, or We're the Millers. But yeah, Will Poulter is the kid who was in Bandersnatch, if I remember. Yep. But he's playing Adam Warlock now. in the MCU. Gonna make a killing.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Speaking of making killings, Jatovi, I have good news for you. There's a study apparently that's out that is saying what you've been saying all along, which is that video games can help with memory and impulse.
Of course.
Yeah.
And they just
That's what they're made for.
released a new study and everything saying that children who logged in 3 hours or more of video games scored better results on memory and impulse control tests. So they just released.
You know what I wish they would do is how like MMORPGs, how that has an effect on your ability to critically think or to think critically, and math and spreadsheets and things like that, because those are all skills that gamers actually get as they're actually participating in things like guilds and having to stack inventory and rig the market and do stuff like that. Like, those are all just invaluable skills that you gain from just being in this kind of world a little bit. And so we don't get enough credit for stuff.
Well, games are the easy scapegoat, and that's, you know, because of the stigma that's around games, and people still have the view that, oh well, it's just some kid sitting in his mama's basement, and
Yeah, well, this apparently was studying adolescents, because it says children who clocked in 3 or more hours of video games play touted higher levels of activity in regions of the brain tied to working memory and attention. The study released this past Monday in the JAMA Network Open Journal concluded. And they said, well, we cannot say whether playing video games regularly cause superior neurocognitive performances. It is an encouraging finding and one that we must continue to investigate. And that's what the psychiatrist or the professor of psychiatry at the University of Vermont said, and he was the lead author of this study. But apparently they were doing what you were saying. They analyzed the data from the Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study that tracked roughly 12,000 children. I don't know why I said dollars. 12,000 children coming of age, and researchers assessed a subset of 2,000 who entered the study at the age of 9 or 10. And then they marked out the children by their reported video game habits.
That's the part we should be concerned about with that study, is that either that data was acquired from 9 and 10-year-olds and how, or their parents consented to that data being acquired from 9 and 10-year-olds. Either way, it's like, what the hell? But speaking of, things that are happening amongst us while we're here, and thinking about the future, Among Us is coming to VR.
Yep.
I love Among Us. Yeah, I do.
Is it next week?
It's it's so far away. It's November 10th. like 15
It's not that far away.
That's far. Like, it's already been a week. And 2 weeks
from now, practically.
That's a lot. It's like, man, why do that to me? I need to be a part of the beta. Can we just give me?
You didn't get a chance to do the beta.
I didn't know about the beta because I've been busy, and so that sucks.
Have you done
it? Like, life? It's just not the same. I don't get to enjoy things anymore because
that's because you got involved with a madman, but that's not me. That's that other madman and everything. So we will talk about it.
So there is a, what's it, Antidote, I think it is a platform that does a lot of beta stuff.
Oh, it's called Antidote?
Yeah. I signed up for it. I did the time when they were going to do the beta. I had something else that I had to do, and I didn't have a chance to play the beta.
Yeah, you had to go meet those millionaires to go build that sports center of yours, that e-commerce center.
No, I'm trying to make all the money like Marc.
Nah, not here. I wish.
There, Marc.
Nikole is the millionaires. I'm trying to get like
that. Is true. Nikole does have all the money.
No, we all need that esports center to go ahead and be the thing that is catapulting all of us. Let's go. We'll happily be the millionaires inside of that.
Cole is 100% a millionaire. Don't let her try to fool you.
Not even close. I wish.
I mean, Nicole's the only one with the background right now. You see, I got my regular room. Mark got his regular room.
Yeah.
Nikole went for the expensive graphics.
Actually, Nikole put that together herself. So
See, expensive graphics.
she just happens to be technical also. So that is.
Said that's what you get for being that's what you get for being a millionaire. Or maybe it's a billionaire. So that's why you were denying it. You're a
You know
billionaire.
what? I'll take it. If y'all want to make me that and call that into fruition some more, continue. Please do. I'm here for it. Why is that phone yellow? Like it's such an odd color for a phone.
You went for the color, but you didn't notice how oddly shaped it is.
I saw the shape, and I'm cool with the shape because there's some other stuff that is kind of that shape around there. But the phone is yellow.
So
Did you have
now,
the yellow phone in your house?
Huh?
Don't you have the yellow phone in your house?
Not since, 92, but maybe. And I mean, probably like, 89, something like that. But no. Mm-mm. But what gets me, Jatovi, is right here. Like, that actually looks like the door to a phone booth.
Oh, yeah.
Do they still
In
have
London or something, yeah.
Do they still have phone booths?
Like a red phone booth, like the ones over in London or England
Yeah.
over there.
Well, I guess London still's got them because it's hard to find a payphone anywhere in Durham, North Carolina, even though there
They
might be
don't
a few.
exist anymore. They're not that's not a thing.
Nope, not a thing at all.
Mm-mm.
Superman would have a hard time. There's no phone booth for him to duck into.
Indecent exposure is bad, so he shouldn't do that anyway.
Hey.
He should do what?
I said indecent exposure is bad, so he probably shouldn't do that anyway. There was something about Superman in the news.
It's what's his name is back playing Superman.
Who's that?
The guy playing The Witcher.
Henry.
Yeah. What's his name? Henry Cavill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's back being Superman again.
I knew I saw something in there.
Yeah, because there's no phones to duck into. Superman have to go to the glass elevators. That's about the closest replication of it.
You could do it Matrix style and jump into the phone.
Jump into the phone. That could work.
Well, I guess Matrix couldn't actually do that either because they were jumping into the phone booth too in the beginning.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What
is this character singing? I missed the chat.
His eyelids.
Oh, that his eyelids are getting heavy. But see, time progresses. Time keeps moving on. We're on April 11th, early morning. And he starts school today, and this is where he meets everybody. And then this is where the game the game takes off, I think, like on the 15th. No, on the 13th, something like that.
See, you're making me want to play my games that I've been playing lately. Like,
you play your games.
Lolly on my phone, which is where you can get Bitcoin. It's very sad, this thing that I've been reduced to doing. But
I got a Bitcoin commercial today for the network, so I gotta see whether I'm gonna play it on my show. Yeah, it was from I've known her for a while. It's a filmmaker out of where's Nikole out of? I think she's out of. She's got your same name, but she does it the other way. She does it with the C, and I think she's out of California, but she's an independent filmmaker. She calls herself the crypto COO.
Does that mean we get Bitcoin or something? Do we get paid?
Supposedly, what she said is that there is a percentage of any time that the commercial is played and anybody signs up, there is a percentage of the certain amount of Bitcoins would be given to the people if they bought off of the commercial. That's what I was trying to say.
But wait, so does she want that commercial played on my show?
She can definitely have it played on your show.
We can actually get with her for sponsorship. That would be great.
I will talk to Nikole about that because she sent the commercial. I probably can even pull it up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can play it first on this show.
It is.
I like how you tried to swoop that up.
Hey, come on. Hey,
And it's on my computer. We can load it up real quickly. I know where to load up things.
You know, I got holes in my shoes, holes in the drawers. Got to fix them both so it give me some money.
I'm gonna need you to get the drawers fixed though, because what is going on over there?
He got a wife and a kid. If they haven't paid any attention, it's probably irrelevant. Because, like I said, he's got a wife and two kids. So if they ain't paid no attention. What'd you say?
I said, "What are you doing on your off nights?"
Got to make extra money. That's what.
Toby, ask you Toby about his side jobs.
Oh, I'm not now.
What you need, I got it. Don't need to go in there.
Pretty Ricky's what they call me. Oh, what's that?
See, look at there. Now I'm about to go and wrong way. I gotta go the other way.
That reminds me of a scene. I want to say it was in
You went the wrong way again?
Umbrella Academy.
Oh, because of the outfit?
No, because of the street.
Oh, okay.
I think that was Umbrella Academy.
See, and it's cool because, again, with the whole time progression, it's still early morning. You got to ride the subway. Then you get to school. Then you got to do the classes in school. You get to find out what people are talking about on the subway based off of what you do in the middle of the night. Again, because it's a dungeon crawler and you're basically fighting stuff in the middle of the night.
So, Jatovi, did you rush off to school when you were in school, or were you the one that was trying to avoid school?
School's fun.
School was fun for sure. Well, I think when we moved to Warren, we were kind of outsiders, so it was only semi-fun, but it was all right.
School's
what
fun.
Did you ask about school?
I was asking whether you were like a fan of school when you were in school. I was going to ask you too, whether you were the one that was rushing to go to school, or whether you were like, nah, I'm trying to hide and duck.
I was doing both.
You were doing both.
So yeah, so I am the one. So I'm the one who like I used to go to school, and I had Spanish like my first period.
You had what your first period?
Spanish. Like my freshman year, I had Spanish my first period, and so I'm literally the person, like I skipped my whole entire first semester of Spanish and went to the library instead every single day. So I still went to school, but I went to the library and hung out. Literally skipped every single day of class, and then I walked in on the last day for the final, and I passed. So that's the kind of kid I was. Still am. So yeah, I'm still the same way.
Cool. Yeah, I think I really enjoyed going to school, but then again, I was in all those extracurricular things, even though we were some of the outsiders. But newspaper
what kind
club,
of extracurricular stuff?
Newspaper club, drama club, chess club, ran track.
Mark, I didn't know you ran track.
Yeah, so I was
What'd you
horrible.
run?
I was the horrible track runner. I was like the Charlie Brown of my track team, but I ran the 880 in the mile.
I can't do that 880. So yeah, I ran track too. They used to call me Forrest Gump.
You were probably doing the same thing as me. You probably weren't that. Yeah, I was not that good.
No,
But I was even back then. I was a good networker, so I was recruiting the team that won 3 out of our 4 years.
I used to run the relays and 300 hurdles and a little bit of long jump, but not really.
That's all right.
Yeah. I used to jokingly say when I was in high school that I was going to try to run a marathon, but I haven't done it yet. So maybe that's still in the picture before 70.
You can do it, Mark. I got faith.
That is a good thing.
Funny thing is, I didn't realize that you ran track. Look at that. Look at that. Learned a lot about y'all. I thought I was the only one that ran track.
What would you ran?
Just about everything.
Yeah.
Started with the 100,
Mhm.
200, did the 300 when it was there, did the 400, did the 4x1, 4x4, long jump, did the javelin, shot put, discus, the high jump, even did the pole vault in the decathlon stuff.
Oh wow!
Did the 800, did the mile.
I forgot about pole vault. I did that.
Hated it. Did it one time, and that was it.
You were done after that. You're like, no, that's all right.
So I was bad at it because
Huh?
I have a backside, and so getting that up over that bar.
Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it live. Nikole already put it out there. She got that jump in the truck, baby.
Sport that is not meant for sisters. So that's funny.
Mark, just like you, when you were doing all your lovey-dovey stuff, telling about your stuff, Nikole telling everybody right now. She can work it like nobody's business.
At the backside, huh?
You know what? No, okay, so the poll is actually a thing. So yes, I actually have done that.
Okay.
As exercise. So there is that's actually a thing, and it's pretty fun that you can like actually do that. But it's a whole exercise thing. So I did that. That was something I did for my 28th birthday.
Okay.
I treated myself to stuff I would never normally do, and so I did that, and it was fun.
It's all right. I do have a friend that does that on a regular basis. She
does what on a regular basis?
Huh?
Does what on a regular basis?
She does pole dancing on a regular basis.
I got you.
So she'll well, they're basically married. Her husband is a police officer. His name's Marc. Well, he would come down to the Bulls ballpark all the time. Well, they both still come down there. But they're great people. And that's one of the things she does for exercise all the time is the pole stuff.
It's fun.
Yeah, that's all right, Nikole. Do your thing.
It's fun, but it's also like I tore my shoulder doing it.
How'd you tear your shoulder?
Very carefully. Actually, not very carefully at all. Clearly, so you have to position yourself correctly, and so I'm like trying to do it, but it happens.
Gotcha.
It happens. Amateur, I guess. That's all right. I'll take it.
You did it, and it probably looked great.
So you can do butterflies and like all sorts of stuff. But it was fun.
Okay. That's all right.
Yep.
So what made you decide to do that though?
So I was in Florida and I was there by myself. And so it was like I had started up a whole club and a group of women and we had done all this other stuff. But I was in this space where it's like, I'm about to turn 30. This is like, one of the last times I'll probably be down here because I was planning to leave. And I didn't. And so it was like one of those things where it's like, let me do this. And I just want to see, ain't nobody going to know that I did this because I'm down here and nobody knows me. So whatever. And so I did it. And yeah.
Have you done it since or is it just that one time?
I mean, really? Not in that way. No.
Wait. You just tried to slide that by real quick, dude. Not in that way.
I have not done that in that way since then. But it's become a lot more popular since then too,
Yeah.
right? So like now we have shows that actually just that's all, literally all they do on TV, and then we have the idea of kind of having this as a workout is a lot more. It's a lot more common now. People are putting them in their own basements now, whereas before that wasn't a thing. So now it is. So back when I did it, it was unique and rare. It is not unique and rare now, apparently. Clearly, because I said that. So I don't know.
All right. I'm learning the exhibitionist side of Nikole.
Oh man,
That is
that's
all right.
that is a rabbit hole. I don't know that we're jumping down.
There's so many things and
Mark
jokes.
is still muted, I think. Mark, are you muted or
Mark
are
is
you
muted.
talking? Oh, he's on the phone still.
No, I had getting food because I had not eaten all day.
Right on.
No, I was going to ask you because I know that you're from Colorado. Did you ever go skiing? Because I've always said I wanted to go skiing, but I'm scared of falling.
I've been to Vail, Vail, but I go to Vail in the summer, like not in the wintertime. Vail is one of the ski resorts there, but no. I see the snow. I grew up there. I know what it looks like. I don't need to go play in it. I can do that anywhere. In Colorado, I don't need to go to a mountain for what. They have very no.
You weren't trying to join that whole black skiing club that goes
I
there?
was invited to join that many times, especially growing up. Those trees are pretty, those cherry trees. But I never did, no. But the invitations definitely came in the mail all the time. So no.
I am sure.
Mark, why didn't you go skiing?
I told you I don't like falling and breaking things, so that's okay.
I always felt like I was going to be that person to hit a tree.
That's what I feel.
That happens, right? Like, so people hit trees and die. And no, that's okay. That's not for me. But I used to skateboard, and
Really?
yeah, I used to have a skateboard, and it was green and purple. And I used to, I don't know what they're called, but I used to do the little, I call them skateboard papa wheelies, but I don't know what the formal name is for it. But that was like when I was way younger. So stuff like that. I used to catch lizards in like the ditch. I was a tomboy when I was younger. So
Gotcha.
Catching lizards, what fun!
Nothing wrong with that. I mean,
Yeah, I caught
you got to get your hands dirty. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I didn't get my hands dirty.
You didn't get your hands dirty?
I had a jar. We don't touch the lizard. The lizard gets caught. Like, that's a totally different thing. No.
You had a way to catch the lizard without touching it. I'm impressed.
Yes, it's a jar. You just make sure that it goes in there.
Cool.
See, now it's the late show. Now I got bad jokes.
You got bad joke? Go for it.
I don't mind. It's the vulgar boy, clearly. So
I mean, it's the Blue Night Special. And
his name is literally Vulgar Boy.
Yeah.
There's no telling where Jatovi might go.
I'm sorry. We went from pole dancing, learning a lot of exhibition stuff about Nikole, to putting it right in there.
Oh boy, that leap. Oh man.
See what happens in the middle of the night. The bad
It's
jokes
not
pop
even the
out.
middle of the night yet. It's like 11. It's not even midnight yet.
The midnight hour.
It's midnight in North Carolina.
Midnight hour. To borrow from a blues song.
11 o'clock, I guess. That is when things get close in the night. So yes.
Where's the midnight hour?
So when's the next trip?
Where are we going?
I don't know. You went to Florida. I'm still learning all the traveling now. We went to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
When's the next
Marc
trip?
is taking me on a cruise, so
Ooh.
that's gonna happen.
Do the Alaskan cruise.
Do the Alaskan cruise? Okay.
The Alaskan cruise is really
No. Why?
What?
No.
so.
No Alaskan cruise?
No.
It is cool. It is really,
They say
really
that
neat.
those lights are supposed to be fantastic.
It's cold.
No,
It's gonna be
It's not cold on the boat.
It's actually not that cold. So for the Alaskan cruise, because we did one before, the Alaskan cruise went on. It was on the boat. It's between 75 to 85 degrees. I mean, it's a nice, warm, balmy. You can jump in the pool. It feels great. And the coolest part about it is if you come out of Washington, leaving out of Seattle, I don't know if you've been on a cruise before.
Mm-hmm.
You know how the water's choppy a little bit, and then you're out in the middle of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
There is no choppy water because you're in a fjord, and it's basically, for the cruise ship, it feels like you're actually on a lake. I mean, the water feels like it's still. You see dolphin, you see whale, you see orca jumping all beside the boat. I mean, it's really, really neat. We went and saw the icebergs, and you'd see seals sitting on top of the iceberg. And once you got close to the iceberg, you see, okay, this very small little tip, but then at the bottom, how it goes really big. You're like, oh, this is crazy.
Jatovi, this is the part where we just jump right on off that ship and don't get on it. So when we're thinking about this on this side of the world, all I heard you say was iceberg. And immediately, I'm a movie buff. We've all seen Titanic. We've read the stories. We know how that happened. I will not be the one to be going to that particular at any point in time.
The boats are now a lot more savvy, so they can pick up the iceberg. Oh, the really neat thing though is the glaciers, because you never really realize how big they are. You see them on TV and everything else. So the boat we were on, we were pulling up to a glacier. We saw this one little bitty boat. It's maybe take where it says Vulgar Boy, and you see the building behind it, how big in comparison to, how big the building is in comparison to where it says Vulgar Boy. There's just that little area. So we saw that little bitty boat that was about that big. And we're like, okay, that's a small boat. It's a distance away. We'll go ahead and get closer to the iceberg. Well, that boat turned out to be bigger than our ship. And looking at the way that boat did the way that boat looked like beside the iceberg, I mean, that boat dwarfed ours. So we knew it was just unreal once we got up close to it. And you hear all the cracking sound. So it's a really neat experience. Really neat experience.
You know where I will experience that? In VR.
That's what I was...
Perfect. I now have something else I'm gonna go find and do. But
how many cruises have you been on, Jatovi?
A couple.
Okay, cool. I've only been on one.
You only been on one? Yeah, we've been on a few.
So, Marc, we're going to Morocco then?
Ooh, I like that one.
That sounds good. Morocco would be a good one. And actually, I think that the founder of this network said that he's going to Morocco in March. And there's actually a friend of mine who co-owns, and she does a show. Coco co-owns a club in Morocco. So yeah, Morocco's on the list.
I have a friend who is doing a conference in Morocco, and I'm really wanting to go to that. Morocco is like the one place in the world I want to go.
When is the conference?
I think it's in March, which is perfect because that's my birthday.
I want to say that that's the same time that Nick is going. Because I want to say that that's in March or April.
Hello, Nick. Hello, Nick. Let's go to Morocco, Nick. Like, let's make that happen. Let's take the whole network and go to Morocco.
Yeah,
I mean, my birthday is
on location in Morocco.
Yeah, exactly. They need to take everybody to Morocco. But I know because Coco McMillan, who used to sing with Gerald Levert and has the show on Thursdays at actually about the same time as yours. It's Thursday at 6. So you're Tuesday at 6, she's Thursday at 6. And that is she co-owns with it begins with an F. I want to say Fatima, but that's not right. But it's one of those Moroccan nationals that is her co-owner of the club in Marrakesh.
I want to go to Casablanca.
Casablanca is definitely on my wish list.
Just because, like, the movie, but that's why I want to go.
Totally. Humphrey Bogart all day long.
Yeah.
A classic, just like It's a Wonderful Life. It's a classic.
I don't know about just like It's a Wonderful Life, but yes, those are both classics. Like,
different types of classics, but they're both
those
classics.
are not things I would put together, but yeah, it is an affair to remember.
Totally. Hey, Jatovi, if you want to try to make some money, because I forgot what the percentage is, but we can play that commercial right now. So this is the other Nikole and her commercial. So I was downloading that way y'all were talking. So let's see what she's talking about.
Yeah. I'm all about making some money because,
Cool. Well, this is the first time airing on the network. Let's go.
Buying your first million tokens for $500 or less is a crypto course taught by me, Nikole Franklin. I'm the crypto COO. Text 212-665-4418. That's 212-665-4418. And there's a special for those who sign up with the 4-digit code 1024. That's 1024. I can't wait to get you started, so let's go.
Commercial.
I don't think that little hand was really texting that.
Say what?
You saw
that little hand on the commercial wasn't really texting that. It was texting something random.
Okay.
I didn't even see the hand. Where are we? What dreamscape are we going into? What is this?
Yeah.
So you're in this. We're finally getting to the high school, and the high school itself. If you think about the like the multiverse, so the high school is hidden behind a veil. Well, the demon realm is hidden behind a veil, so you see it only at particular times. So later in the game, you start to go into the high school and it looks completely different. So, or at least now, that's where I am.
Got it. There's something I forgot there. So that was a world premiere. Congratulations.
Yep, it's a world premiere. Of course, being offered. I'll tell you what the percentage is because I got the email. So I'll tell you what they exactly said so we can reveal that as well. So hold on a second. We'll find out the information and all along those lines once I find it. But yes, that was a world premiere and all in that space.
So yeah, so now I'm having to fight different. Well, I'm now getting to the point where each of these characters, because they're going to turn out to be best friends, they'll each have a separate mask, their persona.
Their own persona. I like the persona notion.
Well, that's all an avatar really is.
Oh, totally.
Exactly.
So
Avatar is nothing but your persona, and you've got how many personas do you have? Because I know there are 6 on the Meta Mindshift show that I see up there. I think it's 6, 5 or 6. I'm not looking at that.
I think there's 5, but I have a lot because every game, that has ever had one is different. And now every virtual world that you go into, they're not using the same ones yet. So a lot.
Sounds like a lot.
Two metahumans that are from the Matrix. I can't use those as actual avatars yet, so they're just PFPs for now. But I mean, technically they are. My favorite one though, like, is the one that I got from Ultimax so far. That's my favorite new one. I'm not gonna lie.
I thought your favorite one was the green one.
No, she's my me. But like, my favorite new one. So out of all the ones that I've seen like in the last couple of weeks, my favorite new avatar is that one. As soon as I get a green outfit, because my outfit's not green yet.
See, I need to look up which avatars these are because I didn't even. I'm trying to imagine.
This would be regular green or emerald green outfit.
Whatever color green they actually have. I want to say their color green. It's kind of like this. This color green. So like a green. What'd you say, Jatovi?
I've got to look up I've got to go to your website to see the avatars because I didn't see them.
If you go to Spotify and look at MetaMindShiftShow.com.
Yeah.
Or MetaMindShift. Always advertising. Go to Spotify, or you can go to MetaMindShift.com/YouTube, and that's my actual YouTube page.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
See how I worked that in there? The advertisement for the show. Look there. Trying to be all slick.
So apparently they have in that crypto course, they have something called $3Cutie, and if anybody signs up, they get $75 worth of the cryptocurrency that particular folks put out.
Okay.
And that is
listen, y'all don't know this about me, but I do not talk about crypto unless I have researched it. So, that is a hot button. And so definitely supporting an entrepreneur and having a commercial and all of that.
Understood. And it's on something called CoinMarketCap.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to mess with her business, so I don't want to mess with, because, I want to support her, so it's hard to talk about that crypto and, especially not having done any research or looking up about that one.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Is your headset charged?
It should be.
Let's go in VR.
Go to VR.
Yeah.
I thought it is. You could have let me out. Oh, it won't let me save it yet.
Well, not if you're having fun.
Well, I can jump into it. I gotta clear out my room. What did you want to play in VR?
I don't know. Let's go play. Well, I want to see you play Ultimax.
Oh, Lord.
Go through the tutorial. And
is Ultimax still free?
It should be. I just did it last week, so I think so.
Let me see.
If not, we can go into Gun Raiders.
Gun Raiders sounds like a fun title.
I don't think that's side loaded. Hold on. Let me make sure. I think it's on the actual class. Oh my eye.
This is the way Mark dresses, by the way. When he goes out to the club.
Oh yeah. Wait, the pink jacket or
that's that red robe with the hearts.
Man.
Yeah, right.
King of Hearts there.
I don't think so.
That good old cosplay in full effect.
But see, by the way, on this game, the guy in the crown, and this is where it gets to the deep part, where it starts to dive into the deep part about what this game is about, dealing with personalities. That guy you had met earlier, he is like a school captain. He's a big time high schooler, and all the kids love him. And he's the big guy on campus, so that's why he has the king's crown. That's why he has the big robe, and he also has these guys in prison because Sakamoto, the guy who is I guess the rude kid or the rude boy or whatever he was listed as before, he is the class clown, and feels he's looked down upon by this guy. So this is like a parallel of the actual school.
Hey, Jatovi, you do realize that between the running of the track and being just the super smart child over there when she was in school in Colorado and having an entire family of entrepreneurs in the beauty industry and everything, that was actually Nikole. She was the head of the class of the school, and that everybody loved her in that school and all of that because she had all that going for her.
Not so in my first school, yes, that was true. But I switched schools in the beginning of my in the middle of my junior year. And so I was uprooted from like all the stuff that I loved. I was captain of the pep squad. I was on student council. I was on the track team. I was captain of, I was on the drill team. So like we had a lot of different things going on. I was in, kind of like my AP classes and stuff like that. And then I switched schools, and that school, the school district was better. And so I was technically further behind because of that. And so when I switched, it was not only that I was a little bit more behind than that, but that also it was the middle of the year. And so I couldn't just join student council. You had to be elected. There was no pep squad. There was no culture. And so it was like I was one of about 50 of us that were there out of 1,600 or so. And that sucked. It was terrible. So, in that space, it was just way different. And I did what I could to change it. That's really where I started becoming sort of an activist for the culture and being this person that created things. I created the African American Heritage Awareness Club at that school because of kind of how I felt when I got there. And man, did I ever get like pushback from that. It was pushback from administration. I was meeting with the principals and the vice principals and all sorts of stuff because they didn't want that there. They didn't want us to have that because they felt like we didn't need it. Do you see where I am? What are you talking about?
No, it's interesting. It's interesting you say that for a couple of reasons. One, Lana, who I just mentioned, that was the head of the Hey Dive Film Festival, she's stepping down into that job. She was talking about that because she went to school, I think in Philly, and she actually was in STEM programming and all in that kind of stuff. But when she got into the engineering fields, she was talking about how she was getting a lot of pushback, and this would have been like 80s, because folks were telling her that, she didn't have the right hair or the right look or the right this or that, even though they were trying to quote unquote encourage us to go into those fields. So she was getting a lot of pushback from the people in that industry. And then I think she went into business, and then she eventually went to work for HBO in the whole film industry, which is what she does now.
Yeah, it was an IB school too, so that's why I was actually further behind because like I was in advanced courses, but then because I went to an IB school, it was like the whole school was IB, so it was just different, definitely. So
I know that feeling. When we moved up to Warrenton, which is a rural town in North Carolina, I actually got back to school in the sixth grade. I think fifth grade and part of fourth grade, I was actually homeschooled. Yeah, I actually did a rebel thing. I protested, and mom and dad backed me up. I think that I did not like one of those mandatory, like you get in a line and they were doing one of those physicals or tests or something in line. Basically pitched a fit. It was like, I don't like this. And I went to my parents and they were like, we got your back. So they took me out.
yeah.
And then we moved up to Warrenton. And that's when I went back to public school. Marion Boyd. That was the first elementary school in Warrenton I went to.
And see, now I have a mask.
Yeah, you have a mask. Cool.
And you can't get it off.
No, you're stuck with it.
Oh, he's trying. Oh, he tried to take that mask off. Clearly, it's still there.
Nice try. And now you see that you have all these crazy superpowers.
So is that normal to take the mask off, or is that something he should not have done?
Not normal. Because you're supposed to keep the mask on. So the individual behind me is the persona within.
Right. Your inner crazy.
Not the inner crazy. We all have that.
Mm-hmm. That's that inner crazy right there.
What is the conference in Morocco, Nikole? You said it was a conference. I just realized that. What is it?
I don't really know. I just know that it's happening, and one of my friends is putting it on. And so she's actually not just a friend, but she's on our board for Black Multiverse. So she's one of our advisors. So I want to go support her in Morocco for her conference. Definitely.
Well, it's Lotus and one of our other people. She got the money. She can pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
See, now you're into the whole turn-based RPG.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, the guards have now turned into these pumpkins, and that's basically what ends up happening is, just like any RPG, you walk around, you run across different individuals. So yeah, now it's a turn-based RPG.
Ooh.
I don't see. Okay, so
The pumpkins are dancing. Now they're fighting.
see, like this would be so cool if it wasn't turn-based.
I mean, I enjoy it turn-based just because of the way that the story plots out.
I'm good with story, but I like the action.
Oh yeah, remember this is so when Final Fantasy was huge, and then they still had everything mostly turn-based.
Mm-hmm.
That's when Persona started kicking off, so it kept that whole routine, and it never switched over to anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just win some money? It said $298 money.
Mm-hmm. Got me some cashola. But then yeah, it just keeps on. Now it's well, this is just the first dungeon, and you actually get out of this dungeon pretty easy. But you'll level up some. But then what ends up happening is you start to utilize the subway, and the subway becomes that dungeon that you're traveling throughout the city on, and well, you're traveling through the city to find the other individuals and other parts of the story.
Hey, Nikole, in Black Metaverse, how often are those dance rooms going on? Because that room was actually kind of fun. I stayed up much too late sitting there getting my dance groove on with your DJ friend.
Where in Black Multiverse?
Black
What did you say?
Multiverse. I said Black Metaverse. I meant Black Multiverse. Yes.
No, you did. In the multiverse, we have that was actually so Blackverse, which is my club, my community, is a metaverse community, but that space is actually a part of Black Multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
And so every Friday night we have movie night.
Right.
And this week we didn't do it though. So like we started to, and then it kind of turned into a party instead. So we had a DJ come through and he just DJ'd for us. And so we spent like 3 or 4 hours doing that instead. And so it was good music, good vibes. And we just enjoyed that all night long instead of movie night, which is cool. Because it's actually something I used to do back when I actually met IPC. A lot of us would hang out together. It was, I don't know if you know Edward and all them, but we would hang out and I would DJ. And so I have a whole club there on Clubhouse called Club Shake. Okay. And Friday we would have party night. It'd be like shake the week off. And so we'd go and have our unwind room. But that's basically what it was we just gathered up and played music.
I actually had, and I've not done it probably in 3 months, if not longer, but I actually had 2 or 3 music rooms myself as well, because one was world music, one was blues music, and the world music was anything from around the world. And I think there was a third one that might have been dance music. But yeah, I did like at least 2 or 3. I think they're still on there. I just haven't invited or done anything with them. But yeah, I've got the equipment to play the music. So I've done it occasionally. I got to do it again. It was fun.
Speaking of music, Marc, there was a.
Of course, I did say it was much too late.
Did you? Because I tried to tag you on a Facebook post of a new song that, my new song that I'm hooked on.
What song was that?
It is called.
I haven't been on Facebook in a couple of days, so to answer your question, no.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I did it. What was it? Late last week, but yeah. It's called August 10 by Khruangbin.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's how it's pronounced.
Okay. Kind of a world sound? Or what kind of sound is it?
It's kind of a world sound. Mm-hmm. A little bit of well, no, I wouldn't even say Afro. No, yeah, more of a world sound. It's a great song. It's very addictive. Nikole, I'm not sure what you're listening to these days, but it's really good. It's really good.
Nikole had some requests for some old hip hop, from what I remember, on that night and everything. So he was definitely grooving to some of that old hip hop sounds.
Old hip hop sound.
That's me. Yep.
Did you listen to the Usher remake or remix
of what?
Of You Make Me Wanna?
No.
What?
No.
You like that one? You like that one?
I'm not an Usher fan though.
But it's got a funky beat, and growing up, that was everybody's song.
So
you were
I have a conflicted past with Usher, yo. Like it is.
Why?
Because when he came out with that one song, hang on.
Which one?
The cheating song.
The Confessions?
Yes, that. I have not liked him since then. So that's been a long time. I used to love him before that, but you know, I don't anymore. So
Okay.
so yeah, I don't really rock with Usher too much.
Because there's other what about let's see, old
Because
school hip
Jatovi, I
hop?
was surprised. She was actually going with some of like the early hip hop. Like I think I remember her requesting like Soul Sonic Force and some of that kind of.
Really? JJ Fad?
No, I didn't go that deep,
JJ
but
Fad, it was hit.
I wouldn't mind some supersonic. But no, I think I was in the 90s, so I requested I Got Five on it. That
Nice.
was the last song of the night.
I got 5 on it. So the very first song I memorized, and it's still one of my favorite songs, is Microphone Fiend.
Hmm. But you are a microphone fiend.
I mean, that is one of the greatest songs ever. I was a fiend before I became a teen. I melted microphones instead of cones of ice cream. Music orientated. Before hip hop was originated. Fitted like pieces of puzzles. Complicated. See, that's my song. That's my song.
So I'm
What
over
you know
here.
about Eric B. and Rakim, Mark?
Oh yeah, I know that. Just like I know the Sugar Hill Gang.
What is this?
Oh, Nicole's focused.
I am playing Black Desert, so yes, I am focused.
You're playing Black Desert.
I downloaded Black Desert a couple of times, but never actually played it.
On what? On your phone or
On both.
Or on yeah.
Because I downloaded it on the phone, but then deleted it, then downloaded it on the computer and did
I
the
hate
same
the
thing.
phone version. Like all of this phone version junk, it's like everything is automated. Like all of it.
Did you play Genshin Impact?
No.
I mean, that is the world craze.
The world craze.
Yep, Genshin Impact.
What is hitting me?
I can't open these prison cells. Oh yeah, I forgot how to open the prison cells. I think it's down here. There's one of them that's supposedly open.
Sure there is.
Ah, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, I told you about the most addictive app on the phone, didn't I?
No, what's that?
Flight Radar 24.
What is that?
All it does is it tracks all the planes that are in the air. So, if you have to go on a flight somewhere, you can actually follow its flight path. But also you can scroll around and like look at New York and see what medical helicopters are flying around or whatever. It's very addictive, and it's creepy to think how many airplanes are in the skies at one moment and the areas that they're over all at one time.
That is why air traffic controllers is one of the most stressful jobs of all.
Oh yeah, and you're watching it live.
My friend actually works in The Air Force intelligence, and so he's like every time we're together, he's telling me about you don't even know what's up in the sky right now, and it's like he's like you can't see any of that stuff. And it's like a joke, but yeah, I think it's creepy.
Yeah, like I said, download that Flight Radar 24. You'll see what he's saying or what he means because it's pretty wild.
Everything is automated. Like I do not like this.
See, I got a talking cat now.
Told you don't mention cats, Nikole.
What'd you name your cat? I said, what'd you name it? What are you gonna name it? You said you got one. You're gonna name it.
Cat's name is Morgana.
Morgana. There's always like a Morgan or a Morgana or something like that.
Yeah, the last cat I had was Jazzy.
I love this. Like when you log into a game that you haven't been into in a really, really long time and you get like all the rewards for coming back. It's the best thing ever. And then you don't have space, so you can't get anything else.
And then there's the games that you think will have an ending and they never seem to have the ending. It just keeps going.
A good game never ends.
No, that's the way it's been with the quiz game because it was one of those that I'm playing and it looked like level 60 was going to be the end. And of course, once I got to level 60, then it just switched scenes and it's now going up to level 70.
Yep.
So I was sure I had reached the end. And they were like, nah, we'll just give you another couple of levels. You get to those, we'll get you up to level 80. It's a never-ending process. Kind of like Jeopardy, Jatovi is one of those quiz games that shows me how much I don't know.
Remember we did
some of them are what do you call them? Celebrity cultural questions, and some of them are things that are relatively easy to know, like certain kinds of history and everything. But no, some of them I'm going like, I don't remember that Roman history. That's why I got a 40 on it. Did you just pause the game?
Huh?
Oh, they weren't moving it. So I was saying, did you just pause the game?
No, yeah, just stop for 1 second.
Gotcha. Cool. You said you had a dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we go on this cruise, does the dog have to go too?
No.
Okay.
My dog gets sick in the car.
Oh, I got you.
So he's not going on the cruise.
Okay. I have a friend of mine that is highly upset at the cat because the cat, he had picked up dogs, he had picked up cats, and then the one cat decided it was going to the hospital and it just was going to get revenge on his Uber car. He drives Uber. So he's like, I have picked up all these animals. None of them wanted to act stupid, but this one, I was like, where was the animal going? He's like, the hospital. I was like, you didn't expect him that crazy. He knew where it was going when the owner got the cage.
That's gross.
Um, I guess since we had a fun night, I guess on a serious note, I don't understand why people are still defending Kanye West.
Kanye has lost his everlasting mind. I have no idea why people are still defending him.
My response is who? He's a man. I've taken him off of my care about list. Yeah, I don't get it. Couldn't tell you.
I mean, the dude sat and wore a White Lives Matter shirt, and now a bunch of black people are defending him. Oh, well, you know what he said? What the dude?
Well, White Lives Matter shirt. That was totally crazy in the first place.
I mean, it is white supremacist propaganda, and they're going to turn around and defend him. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
And Jatovi, it's like when you watch a train wreck or even a train wreck of a debate, and the one debater pretty much slaughters the other debater, but everybody else says that that it was a fair match, because that's what I saw when I saw Val Demings basically school Marco Rubio. That wasn't that even close.
It's really just wild to me, though, Mark.
No, it's wild to me too. I'm just saying, I watched that debate. I watched it last week, and I'm sitting there going like, because she squashed all their arguments, including Law and Order. Because how you going to tell a former police chief that she's not Law and Order?
I got a dude who sent me a message. Well, kind of tagged me in a post, randomly talking about saying the same dumb stuff. Like, dude, why are you defending him?
Yep.
And then he tried to tell me, well, I'm part of the blackest group in the whole world called the Nation of Islam, and we're the blackest of black. I don't care. I really don't care. The worst part about it is when he was telling me or trying to type all this, the only thing that rang in my head was have you ever seen CB4?
Yeah, but those are the same people.
All I heard in my head was that. I'm black and the black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. All right, thanks for that.
Yeah, but Jatovi, those are the same people that are trying to tell you, because I saw a couple of similar threads, that are trying to tell you that Herschel Walker should be held in the same breath as Colin Kaepernick and
oh yeah, them dumb people.
Yeah, exactly. Because I read one's feed where they were like, you shouldn't listen to Colin, because Colin was doing it while he was still playing. Herschel's retired. That's the difference. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Crazy people up there. Which is why Jatovi, when me and Nikole go on the cruise, it's going to be the Black Power cruise. Right, Nikole?
That'll work.
Captain's going to be a sister. You should be a sister captain. Captain's going to be a sister, and nobody else on the boat is allowed but folks that are, into the Black Power movement.
So, okay. So I'm running into an issue that decentralization can solve, but will also be a problem with decentralization.
What is that?
So in games, we have inventory. I cannot wait until inventory is managed by my wallet, like my crypto wallet.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, at some point, so the question is going to be, is it an infinite wallet? So will we have infinite space? Or will we be in a position where we actually have to pay for additional space and additional storage slots? Like, that's the real issue. Like, is that going to be a thing? Because, man, like, that's going to be like in gaming, that, usually decides, a lot of things. So, like, can you acquire a whole bunch of inventory because you're going to be one of the richest people on the server if you can, right? So, if you can hold inventory, then you can sell it, you can trade it. If you have the best gear, you can hold on to your gear longer, which means that you have rare pieces that other people don't have. Same thing in the metaverse. So that can be a good thing and a bad thing. But, when we're talking about this, then it becomes, is it going to be, is our inventory also going to include things like our resumes, which it currently can as NFTs, and like our historical items, or like how long will these wallets, because the blockchain is forever, right? So you could technically store anything you want to there forever, like all these achievements that you have, all the skills you gain and acquire from a game. And then how will games evolve? Because like right now, like my head's about to explode. So like right now, you have the idea of skills, right? So you have a skill tree. You saw your skill tree, your different things that you have access to for a character. And sometimes those get reset by the game. So the publisher decides that, hey, we're going to reset the mage so that she is more balanced. But what if we're keeping all the skills in our inventory and people don't want to reset because they like it? So like, will that continue to be a part of the actual platform of the game, the software that we're using, or will it live with the individual? Like that's where my head goes these days when I'm actually engaging in games. But it's happening to me right now because I have my inventories full. So that's why I started thinking about that.
Gotcha. Jatovi, you have any solutions? You're the solution man.
I'm not a solution person because I hate it when the skills get reset in the first place myself too.
Yeah.
There been that's always a problem.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Nikole, we definitely do have to play. We got to figure out one of these days to play the game at the headset.
Nicole's ready to do that
I had
now.
to get you online.
I was ready.
Well, it's coming up on 1:00, and I'm getting sleepy.
Look, I was ready. You were stalling. I saw.
I saw that you were ready, but then I saw that you were fading, and then it is about 1:00.
I'm fading too. It's all right. I'm
You
not
go.
about to go to bed.
We're gonna find that room. We're gonna play one of these Oculus games. Find that room with the pole. But we're gonna.
No, we're not. Although you could probably find one.
Probably.
There actually are. In alt space, there's actually like people who have set up their own. It's like an adult store almost, and so they have replicated adult items in the store. So there's things like swings and personal objects in there, and it's all built around this woman's consultancy, but she actually has replicas of apparatuses and different things in there. So yeah, I mean, this space is based on gaming and adult life. So
Interesting.
So it sounds like a Kundalini adult metaverse.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what that
Mark,
sounds.
I showed you that video of that one guy at that expo, what they were using the VR for.
Yep, you remember.
What was they using VR for? Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
I mean, happy times.
Happy times, pleasantries.
Exactly. Exactly.
All of that. Exactly.
I don't want to try and search it on the computer because that's where the viruses come out.
You know, what's funny is what does it look like to have a headset virus?
A headset virus?
A headset virus. So what happens when your headset gets a virus?
Um,
It's a piece of technology, so it can happen, right? So
yeah.
That's what happened. I would imagine
We'll
technology
be back at the Black Mirror stage where you got to push the.
it's the strange days, right? Like that's
Yep.
literally, kind of what that looks like. But we're there. And so, as we're thinking about like the Quest 2 Pros that are coming out and kind of being more intimate in the ocular region and having all that privacy and data that's just transpiring through your ocular lenses and your facial expressions and all that kind of stuff. What happens if you get hacked and somebody's just sitting there, like knowing everything about you? Or like there's like revenge, VR revenge, right? So, Interpol, by the way, so this is something that came out that I talked about on the show today. Interpol has launched a metaverse task force. So, they have Interpol in the metaverse to tackle virtual crime.
Okay.
I just thought that was interesting.
It's very interesting. I mean, it tells you a lot about the times that we live in at this moment too.
Well, I mean, that's just scary because that means that there would be, we were talking about the adult stuff that's going on. That means that there are virtual sexual crimes going on as well. And it's still a crime, whether it's virtual or real, even though some people would say that it's a virtual experience. So therefore it is not real. But, it seems to me that murder is murder and rape is rape. So that seems to me that whether it's virtual or real, it's the same thing.
So I'm a woman, and this one to me is people have said it, right? Like, so, oh my gosh, this happened to me in VR, and it's like, yo, I got killed in VR, I didn't die, and I got killed in VR. A zombie bit my arm off, and that was an experience that arguably caused me a little bit of trauma, but I took my headset off and was back in my safe reality where I'm standing right now. And so I think that there will be people who have mental trauma because they have bitten off something they cannot handle. There are other people who are going to be in situations where they come into virtual spaces where you're in spaces where you don't know people. And so it's kind of like this big hodgepodge of people who move different, people who experience things differently, people who have different expectations. To me, it's a lot like Clubhouse in terms of the people, right? Like the who's who.
No, I
It's a
got
lot
that.
of gaming, for sure.
But I guess the question I've gotten is it's late, so I'm not trying to get overly deep at this point and everything. But if you're going into a game and you know that that's the confines of the game, like some of those games you're talking about, you went into the game, you knew that there was a possibility that you could get killed in the game. And there are games that have that sexual violence rape component. So you know that that is part of the story narrative. But I think that there are some people that go into those games and they don't know that narrative. And therefore, if they don't know the narrative, that to me is another form of abuse because they didn't know the narrative going in. If you go into the game knowing the narrative, then you know what you're getting into and all in that space because it's part of the narrative.
So I just, I'm going to get flack for this, but I'm just going to say this. I feel like it is, there's an injustice that is done when we equate things like virtual rape to actual physical rape, right? Like, so there's something in that word that is detrimental in reality when it is experienced, right? There's something in that action that is detrimental, and it is horrific, and it is egregious, and it is an assault.
Right.
But in VR, I cannot swallow that same pill, and I cannot align the same intensity of that word with the actions that would happen in VR. Because in VR, I have 90 million tools in my arsenal to keep me safe. One of them being a bubble. Like, I literally can put myself in a bubble. And I laugh at that because I laugh at that all the time, not because of the situation, but it's you're living in a bubble, and that's what you want. There's other things you can do, like port away. You can teleport to a whole nother world. You can go back to the main menu. You can mute somebody. You can block somebody. I wish to God I could do all that stuff in reality.
Right.
When there's a guy that's harassing me, or a guy who does it, like a guy who's just kind of crossed the line and gotten a little too aggressive. Oh my God, I wish I could do any number of those things. But the folks who have come out and said, hey, I have been assaulted in the metaverse, or I have, and I can't even say the word when I'm talking about that, because I don't feel like it's right. It's not the same thing. And so those women were put into situations where I was groped in the metaverse. That's what I'm going to equate it to. I was groped in the metaverse. Okay. Did you feel it? No. Did your avatar, like right now, the answer is no. So haptics are not a widespread thing. So this did not have anything to do with haptics. You couldn't feel it. You weren't being like nothing. If anything, a hand passed through your body, right? Like, so your little avatar body. It's no different than when you load into a screen and somebody else loads in. It's a little weird, but it's VR. You have to adjust to that. But to say that you were assaulted in the metaverse, like, my question is, in all of those different instances, why didn't you just take your headset off? Or why didn't you port away? Or why didn't you block the person, or take your headset off, or block the person, or,
I hear what you're saying. I guess the only question I've got to counter that, I'm not saying it's a total counter, is I have heard some women in some rooms, and I've actually even been part of some of the rooms, where whether it's in real life or it's in in real life IRL, or whether it's in virtual or other kind of worlds, talk about a notion that is very real in any of our spaces, which is that notion of space. And I've heard people say that they have felt that people were encroaching on their space and all along those lines. So I guess to some degree that is a legitimate argument, that if people feel that they are getting maybe a little too personal with their avatars when that hasn't been established in those kind of spaces. Because I have heard women say that in clubs that I've been in and everything, and it wasn't
that's true. But you know what? That's what I'm talking about. Your personal bubble. Like, you literally can put on a bubble. All the metaverses now have them, especially since like this first little instance came up. They're now on by default, which I absolutely hate. It's changed the kind of the flavor of just being natural in some of these metaverse spaces, but it's on by default now. So you literally have to take it off. And not only do you have to take it off one time, you have to take it off every single time you go into another space or you're porting somewhere. I think it's messed up that we have to do that. I wish that there was just a setting that said either I'm comfortable with you touching me, or I'm comfortable with the pass through, or, I want this on. It's an opt-in or opt-out kind of thing. But you can't do that anymore because this happened. And so both Microsoft and Facebook came out with, so Microsoft for Altspace, and then Facebook for Horizon, and a lot of other spaces followed suit. But there's now the idea of this bubble that is on and it prevents someone from getting in your personal space unless you turn it off. And that is a physical thing that you actually have to do, is turn it off.
But I mean, in terms of, so I can, based on, for example, if an individual can be harassed via Facebook, harassed via Twitter, harassed via Discord, and all the other ones, wouldn't it fit the same idea in VR? Because if you're able to be harassed on the other virtual platforms, because that's really all the other platforms are, you can still, because I can understand, I mean, I understand the reason behind the bubble, but I do think that it's quite possible that a lot of individuals do feel that their avatar is real and that it's them. So it gives them a lot more weight instead of just being on Facebook and getting harassed. Now I'm getting harassed. Actually, it feels physical because they're harassing my physical avatar.
So yes, and I guess that's the big distinction that I'm making is it possible to harass somebody in like virtual spaces? Absolutely. Oh my God, yes. We've all been harassed a little bit. But currently it is, to me, not possible to rape someone in a virtual space, because I put weight on that word, because it is an action, and that action is egregious, and I will not discount what happens in reality by making that something that watered down version of it in virtual reality being the same thing. Like, they're not the same thing to me. To me, you can absolutely be harassed. I've been harassed in the metaverse. Yeah. I've been harassed in gaming. That is absolutely a thing. My avatar is an extension of me, regardless of where I am. That's me. I'm behind that. And even when you go in like alt space, there's a message that pops up that says, behind every avatar is a person. So you kind of, you're mindful of that. But I just feel like there's a difference. So harassment, absolutely, for sure, 100% that happens.
And I think, there are definitely, I guess, for lack of a better term, levels. Because, harassment, even in the physical, harassment and rape, I guess there would be a distinction between the two, between someone, yes, I don't want to make it sound like if someone were to physically harass a woman, or even, to a lesser extent, a male, but it does happen. So I want to make sure to put that out there. But yes, to harass an individual physically, not trying to say for that individual or for that victim that it means any less, but just in code of conduct of the law per se, or the law itself, the physical action of rape there's a distinction between the physical action of rape and the physical action of harassment. So would that be taking that into account, looking at the physical action or the virtual action of harassment and the virtual action of rape? Is that the distinction? Is that a better distinction, or is it just?
To me, it is. To me, it absolutely is. What occurred, because these stories have come out like last year. I think, there's been like 3 instances of this that I'm aware of. But the very first one, the media came out and said a woman was raped in the metaverse. And, instantly when I saw it, I was fuming, because we can't do that. Did someone get harassed? Yes. And we found out a couple days later that she had been groped So when I say she had been, her avatar had been groped. And so, again, you can't actually do that. So that's relative, but she felt like her avatar's breast had been handled. And so to her, the levels apply, right? So for her, it was too much for her. When you have to decide this, and that's really just, it doesn't matter if we're talking about sexual instances or we're talking about cursing in the metaverse. Like, you have to decide what you're willing to put up with and what you're not. Do all of those things equate to terms of service violations? Should they? To me, no. They definitely equate to human being violations. For you as an individual, you were afflicted by something that somebody did to you. So step away, port away, block, use all the different tools at your disposal. Because I know how to navigate these things, and I have had to deal with some stuff over the years. I feel like I'm maybe a little bit more numb to it. Like, to me, it's normalized. Like, so I was a guild leader of 300 dudes, so I know what it's like to be in a male dominated space. I'm also into tech, right? So it's a male dominated space. People are a little bit more vulgar. And in gaming, I was always like the girl, or one of very few females. We don't really live in that world now. Female gamers are, we're here, and we show up. And so it's a little bit different than when I was growing up and when I came to play at the gaming table. But we're still women, and like you said, some guys are having this issue as well. But in the metaverse, gender doesn't really matter. Like, you see guys who are girls in the metaverse, or in virtual spaces. Let me say that. In virtual spaces, you're seeing people who are changing into whatever they feel like. So you're going to be a cat, or you're going to be a dog, or you're going to be a tree stump because that's what you felt like showing up as today. So knowing how to navigate using the tools of the space that you're in is going to be critical and important. So knowing that you can block, knowing that you can mute, sometimes it's just that easy. Like, I remember a party, and, some guy came in because it's open. He came in and he was spewing all sorts of racial slurs. And so, in a minute, it took us a minute, but we hunted the guy down and we all muted him. And so, like, he was in there just going off, and like nobody could hear him. And it was absolutely like the funniest thing to all of us, because we could see him physically trying to talk, but he couldn't. And so, I mean, like, there's tools that I wish I had in real life, man. I wish I could like mute people and block you out of my personal space and prevent you from ever finding me ever again. But with technology, you actually can do that. And then at the end of the day, like, the last thing that you can always do is just take your headset off. Because if you're in a situation that you don't like, take your headset off, reset it, or just power it off and then start the game over, or start the session or whatever over again. Go back to the account menu and then start again. And then, make sure you're blocking people. But there's so many things that you can do to keep yourself safe. I will also say that I was harassed one day by this dude. And I laugh because it's funny to me. But he was actually, he was kind of following me around, and I was porting away. I was doing all the things that I just said, right? And so I was cracking up because he couldn't catch up to me because I was obviously in the front. But then there was one point in time when I just kind of paused because I was telling other people what was happening, and I was laughing so hard. He came up behind me, and I could literally, like, I felt his voice behind me, and it creeped me the hell out so bad. But like that's an instance where it's like I wasn't expecting what happened. And the way that like his like I could still feel him talking right now. So that obviously is something that, it triggered something in me because I didn't like it. And I literally poured it away right away when I felt that. But stuff like that does happen. And so, obviously that's not me being groped or anything like that, but it is an instance of something that was unwelcome. But you have tools that can help you. The thing is that when he did that, I didn't remember any of that. I just kind of paused, like, what the hell is happening? And then eventually I poured it away.
Nikole, I hear what you're saying, and that definitely makes a lot of sense and everything in that space. But I guess the concern I have with that is that, well, there's a couple of things. One is that there are certain people that have a certain kind of mentality and a certain kind of ethos, for lack of a better word, or a certain kind of personality that they might carry that personality into the real world, just like they would in the virtual world. And yes, we all three of us here on this panel right now are adults in some of the more advanced ages than others. So yeah, we can learn how to operate those tools and everything. But there are a lot of folks in this video game world and in the virtual world that don't have the tools and are younger. I'm thinking about the children that get preyed on regularly and things of that nature. And they are preyed on sometimes by adults that know the rules. And I think that they can do that even in the virtual space as well. So I guess that's what my concern is that yes, those that are advanced know the games and know the rules, but it's what I meant when I said that not everybody, because there's novices in this space, just like there are veterans. You are definitely a veteran, and you know all of these tools, and I know that you are teaching others those tools as well. But some people come into space and they don't know them, and therefore I feel that they can be harassed. And I would not use that word. And I hear what you're saying about the physical act of rape being much different than a virtual version. But I'm also seeing kids that are being preyed on and a lot of other things that are going on that concern me in that space. So that's what I get worried about.
Yeah, to me, I am totally for separation of child and adult in the metaverse. That's just me. I can't stand when I am in a space and there's kids there. And it's not because I don't like kids, it's because they should not be there. Because we are adults and we say adult things and we talk like adults and we all communicate as adults. They have spaces where they can be, like Roblox and Minecraft and places like that. Like I would expect them to be there, and I should not be there. So when I hear like things like Walmart's going up in Roblox, it's like, why? Because the kid ain't buying, things from Walmart, not typically. Why is that happening? It's because they want to attract adults there, and they want to get into the kids a little bit younger than what they can anywhere else. So I hear you. I don't like the idea of how things are mixing up, but at the end of the day, if the metaverse goes the way that it's supposed to go, then it will be for everyone. And so we will have to find harmony between kids. What I think needs to happen, kid or not, is that there needs to be a better job of training people in the tools that are given to them when you jump into the metaverse. So you got your VR headset. There is the first stages. You get to dance with a robot and play tetherball, but nobody teaches you about how to block, and nobody teaches you about how to port away if there's something going on or what your personal bubble is for. So those things I think we definitely, for people with new headsets, for people who are going to a space for the first time, that needs to be a part of that tutorial.
Right.
But then if that's a part of the tutorial, I don't want to have to put a bubble on every time I'm going into somewhere, because now you've taught me how to be safe, and it should be up to me whether or not I want to do that, and not have it on by default. Like it bugs me. So yeah, the kids, that's a whole problem to me. And I say that lovingly, but we got to figure out what we're doing there because we're mixing the lines and blurring the lines quite a bit.
And the tough part is the toughest part for anything online, especially gaming wise, is that age thing.
Mhm.
Just because you do have, for example, there are kids on Discord that are below the age of 12.
Mm-hmm.
The cutoff is sitting at 13, but you have tons of kids that are sitting there at 6 and everything else. So it's just one of those things. That is a tough piece to conquer. And then you have adults who, they'll target kids.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll act as kids.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how some of these kids end up disappearing because they get friends who turn out to be 45-year-old dudes that have a little white van and take them away. So it's that age piece is always gonna be a tough part. And I mean, the education part should be a lot better.
No, totally.
But it's just until, anonymity in anything makes it easy to hide and to attack others.
Yeah.
That's why on Twitter, that's why on Facebook, that's why there's so much toxicity in any game. I mean, you can go on Rocket League and end up with somebody cussing you out the whole time. Among Us had to take out the freaking ability to type what you want to type because people would cuss each other out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think it has the voice. Well, you have to go through Discord to use the voice part. If you get a group of friends, you can't use the voice chat anymore. But yeah, it's just tough. That's it. The metaverse is going to be a really tough task because of the fact how tough it is to conquer spaces like Facebook, which has millions upon millions of people. And you throw in the metaverse that, will pop on with millions upon millions of people who are going to be anonymous, who are going to look the way they want to look. So that's going to be the toughest part. That's definitely going to be a big hill to climb.
You know what? In closing, because I'm about to go to bed, none of this even matters because there's only 38 people there anyway. So what difference does it make?
There's only 38 people in the metaverse? Oh, who knew?
According to sources.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's the same source that probably goes to the space. It's probably going to space and thinks that there's only 25 people there and no people in space, even though we know that there's got to be life up there.
I need to go. I am about to go to sleep, so I will catch you guys next time. Thank you for having me. And
you're partner in crime, best friend now, because we got to talk some more.
You're part of the crew now.
Forever.
Did you watch? Did you get into Westworld?
No.
You didn't get into Westworld?
That's right.
Well, there's that new show on Amazon. That's the reason why I'm asking.
Yeah, I got it. I was on there. Peripheral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched.
Because we got to find another show to talk about.
Well, I don't know. Next show I'm watching, hopefully, is Harlem. I don't know when that's coming back on though. But yeah, there's nothing right now, so we'll find something.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Something good and everything.
Good
Meanwhile,
night.
she's gonna get me to twist my arms and try to figure out where the heck this cruise is taking place at.
Anywhere but Alaska.
No, you gotta go to Alaska.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night. All right, Mark. I think I'm gonna close the show. Even LinkedIn closed out.
It closes it out after 4 hours. I saw the button when it did. I was watching. As I tried to tell you that in a commercial, because at some point tonight or tomorrow, I will cut it up and it'll probably be like your video game tournament. Wind up cutting into 4 slots, because that's what I did with the video game tournament. And I did re-air it to Roku, by the way.
Oh, but all right, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm trying to turn this thing off. I don't know why.
Well, I'm not far behind you. I'm loading up the TV shows right now to be playing while I'm asleep on Roku. And as soon as I'm done loading these up and sending the invitation for the 10 o'clock morning news show, I will be in the Z-Land too, because this is going to take like literally all of about 3 minutes. I'm doing it as we're talking. So by the time you're done with that video, I will probably have, if not all of them, I will be close to having them all done, because like I said, it takes about 5 minutes for me to put the times on, and then they can play while I'm asleep and you're asleep as well.
Yep, because I had to pee 2 hours ago.
I did that one. That was one of the other breaks that I took when you saw me duck off. But yes, I'm about due for one more of those. And then, like I said, I've already put 3 of the 6 on, because it's about 6 to play between 1 and 10 when we start the day with news shows, with the news every morning at 10 o'clock. So I'm about halfway there as we're talking. So I am totally with it. And by the time that video of yours plays, I will probably be, if not done, at least at the 80% mark.
All right, well, here's the video.
Here's the video. Good.